This week, the Met Office said that Europe will have to brace for summer temperatures of 50 degrees centigrade in the future. But as we are no longer in the European socialist superstate, we will not have to worry ourselves about that.
Correct.
We will be able to enjoy British freedom summer temperatures of slightly above cold.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, this week, Sicily registered 48.8 degrees centigrade, a new European record. Italy, Greece and Algeria are on fire. The 48.8 degrees centigrade recorded in the town of Floridia near Syracuse in eastern Sicily was a harbinger of things to come, the UK Forecast Service said. Professor Peter, the Met Office's leading expert on climate change and an authority on European heatwaves, said, that seems a bit specific, doesn't it? What's your topic tonight? Oh, I'll be answering questions on European heatwaves. Professor Pete said, you don't mind if I call you Professor Pete, do you, Pete? He said the chances each summer of seeing really extreme temperatures are pretty high now. Does he mean that it might happen to us this summer?
No.
No. It's a no from him. Turkey and Greece are getting exceptionally high temperatures, and the high temperatures are expected to extend into the Iberian Peninsula and Morocco in the next couple of days. Italy's heat wave is so intense that they've got a public health red alert.
Warning, warning.
Governor of Sicily said, I've never seen a catastrophe on this scale. The Greek Prime Minister said his country was on the 10th day of an unprecedented natural disaster. Algeria has declared 3 days of national mourning for people who were killed by wildfires. Meanwhile, torrential rain caused severe flooding and mudslides in northern Turkey. Blimey, they've got everything over there in Turkey. Across the border in Tunisia, the temperature in Tunis hit an all-time record of 49 degrees centigrade this week. Cue a long line of people who want to call me up and say, it's just weather. In the United States, nearly 200 million Americans are under heat advisories for excessive heat warnings as 2 heat domes hover over the Pacific Northwest and the East Coast. But we don't have to worry about that. Because despite promising us a baking hot second half of August, it seems it's just another promise that will go unfulfilled. They might as well have written it on the side of a bus. Liar! Exactly. Because despite promising us this for a good long while now they're saying, please disregard everything that we've said on this issue. The Met Office now say that the short-lived heat waves that we experienced last month are unlikely to be repeated for the rest of August. This text says, I'm double vaccinated today and I went into a local Asda without a mask. I was stopped at the door and was asked to leave in case there were shoppers who haven't had vaccinations yet. I don't really think this is my problem. Just shut up and put your mask on, for crying out loud. Oh, but I don't want to. My freedoms. Robert texts, hi Nick, you look much better in a mask. Most people look much, much better in a massive mask. Unless you've got one of those comedy masks on, don't wear those, because they're alarming. Like, people put one on which has, like, a massive smile on it. It's just really worrying. You look like a serial killer. Take them off. Robert texts, hi Nick, my laryngitis is getting better. Geronimo the alpaca is a spitting health hazard. I can't believe that people are so obsessed with that goat. I mean, the amount of animals that we chew through in a year. I mean, we slaughter a billion chickens. I had to pause to make sure I got that right. It's not a million, it's a billion. Poor little chooks. Who's sticking up for them, eh? It's their own fault for being so tasty. And don't even get me started on the cows. MC tweets, I think we hit 20 degrees centigrade this week in the north, and it's rained every day. So much for the global warming we were promised. Yeah, it's all thanks to global warming.
Thank you.
Not completely satisfied. Mayank tweets, blimey, these people are keen. I haven't even started yet. How do they get my number? Mayank tweets, I'm in Wilmington, Delaware, and it's 99 degrees Fahrenheit at 5 p.m. with the humidity making it feel like 106. I'm about to melt like chocolate ice cream. Hello, Sean.
Hello, Nick. Good evening.
Sean.
Well, summer's almost gone.
Don't say it.
Yeah, well, it's Friday the 13th.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask your beliefs about superstition.
Superstition is the way. Everybody sing.
Rock and roll! Yes, well, I mean, according to the weather forecast, we've got very little to look forward to except Jesus' birthday, you were saying.
Yes.
Yeah, so do you think that...
You're going to be with us before you know it. Better hang... Oh, you know what? I actually took a picture. I was stunned, rocked back on my heels I was. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I was waiting for a bus outside Clapham Junction, minding my own affairs. And there was a woman... Wait a minute. You're never going to guess it. There was a woman dressing the window of a charity shop with a Christmas tree.
There was a woman dressing... do you know what my English teacher told me once?
She said, if you stop talking so much, then you might be able to pay attention and learn something.
I want to know whether you think the pandemic has changed the march of the seasons, and that's whether the seasons have actually changed.
Right. What's that got to do with a woman dressing a Christmas tree in a charity shop window?
A man eating haggis in a kilt, do you mean?
Exactly. What on earth was that about? I couldn't believe it. I actually took a picture of it. I forgot I'd taken a picture of it. I was going to squirt it up the internet. There was a woman deliberately and in full daylight dressing a Christmas tree in a charity shop window next to a sign that said Christmas has come early, or something like that. In fact, I'll examine the picture, the evidence. I've got it in the palm of my hand, as a matter of fact. One moment, please. I'll sort her out. Don't you worry about that. Where is it? There it is. Look. Deliberately and with malice aforethought, putting together a Christmas tree in a charity window. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, is the sign in the window. No, it isn't. Don't even think about it. Anyway, have we dealt with you, Sean? Yeah,
no, just finally, what do you think of the Greens, or what chances do you think the Greens have got in the upcoming European elections?
The European elections? I don't know. I don't know what...
Well, they've been leading most of the last year.
Have they? Leading?
Apparently, but I think they'll cave in at the last moment if we don't watch out.
Yeah. OK, anything you say, Sean. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. The Greenies in the last poll that I saw were on 7%, which is a remarkable achievement, really, considering they were always the 1, 2, 3, 4% at most, the Greenies. You know the Greenies.
Groovy.
That's them. Yeah, they were doing particularly well with the kids. Sadly, the kids don't vote. The kids don't vote. And that is really the reason why we're in this mess in the first place. If you kids just got off your bottoms, stopped playing blooming video games for 5 minutes and went out to vote every now and again, then we wouldn't be in this mess. That's actually true. I've got the polls to prove it. I'll get to that in a minute. Joe texts, isn't it strange? Not. Isn't it strange not? Or is that like some Americanism Madonna? Not. Isn't it strange? Not. Is that what you mean? Oh, for crying out loud. Isn't it strange, not, how you failed to mention last week's snow in Brazil? Or that Australia is experiencing its coldest winter for decades. There's plenty more cold where that came from, says Joe. Oh my God, it's another one of these whatabouts. Ah, yeah, well, it gets cold in the winter, therefore there is no such thing as global warming. What about that? You know, counterintuitively, global warming might actually mean that this country gets freezing blooming cold. Because the only reason that we have this mild climate is a thing called the Gulf Stream. And climate scientists have detected warning signs of the collapse of the Gulf Stream. Oh, no. And if that happens, we are screwed. It's one of the planet's main potential tipping points, and once it's stopped, it's stopped. There ain't no restarting it. There's no switch to restart the Gulf Stream. Can't be done. The research found an almost complete loss of stability over the last century of the currents that researchers call the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. Blimey. They call it AMOC for short. The Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. The currents are already at their slowest point in the last 1,600 years. How they know that? I've got no idea, because I'm not an expert. You might think that's not a big deal. I mean, whoever heard of that fantastic merry ordinary turning circle? But it suffered an almost complete loss of stability, and such an event would have catastrophic consequences around the world, particularly here. It would disrupt the rains that billions of people depend on for food in India and South America and West Africa. It would increase storms and lower temperatures in Europe and push up the sea level off the eastern coast of North America. And it would further endanger the Amazon rainforest and the Antarctic ice sheets. Which sounds like everything to me. And the complexity of this fantastic merry ordinary turning circle system and the uncertainty over levels of future global heating make it impossible to forecast the date of any collapse. But the colossal impact would mean that it must never be allowed to happen, so say scientists. Well, here is the news, scientists. Nobody's going to do the blindest thing to prevent it. We'll say we will, but we won't actually. An expert called Nicholas Boers from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research in Germany said the signs of destabilization being visible already is something that I wouldn't have expected, but that I find scary, he says. It's Nicholas Boers from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research in Germany said it is something you just can't allow to happen. It is forbidden. It's not known what level of CO2 would trigger the merry ordinary overturning circulation thing to collapse. So he said the best thing to do is to keep emissions as low as possible. No one's going to do that. We just don't care. I mean, we'll bemoan the waters lapping at the foot of our nostrils right enough, and we'll search around for somebody to blame, probably Jeremy Corbyn. Thanks a lot, Uncle Jezza. You see what you've done? But when it does stop, park your attitude, think about your latitude. Just find a globe that you can probably find a map on the internet. Have you seen the internet?
Disgusting.
There's maps on there. Look at us compared to where we sit on the globe with other countries on the other side, and how cold they are and how relatively warm we are. The only reason that we are warm is because of the Gulf Stream. We appreciate the Gulf Stream.
Thank you.
Our mild climate is because of that. And if it stops, then we're going to be up to our armpits in ice. Scientists are increasingly concerned about tipping points, large, fast and irreversible changes to the climate. Experts reported in May that a significant part of the Greenland ice sheet is on the brink, threatening a big rise in global sea levels. Others have shown recently that the Amazon rainforest is now emitting more CO2 than it absorbs. How it does that? I don't know. I'm not David Attenborough. What are you asking me for? I'm just reporting the facts, ma'am. Others have shown recently that no, I've read that. The 2020 Siberian heatwave has led to worrying releases of methane. The world may have already crossed a series of tipping points, according to an analysis, resulting in an existential threat to civilization. Nothing big, just the end of life as we know it. And absolutely nobody's going to do the blindest thing about it because, I don't want to. It's just weather. I read it on Facebook. God. The human race has jumped the shark. We won't even do anything to ensure our own survival. I mean, if it's not happening to us at this minute, we won't lift a finger to do anything about it. You can make some small change in your lifestyle today to avoid a catastrophe tomorrow. And people will think, yeah, you're all right. I've got so comfy. Andrew texts, we could keep the oceans cooler for longer if we installed large anchored floating islands of reflected... What? We could keep the oceans cooler for longer if we installed large anchored floating islands of reflective silver balloons. Simple. You're an idiot, Andrew, and I mean that with the greatest possible respect. Chris says, my friend, her two children and I, we did a day trip from Fareham and went to Swanage by train. We had a lovely day out on the Swanage Steam Railway, went to the sandy beach, then to Corfe Castle, then the modal village. In all, costs less than 150 for the day, no quarantine, no expensive tests. 150 pounds?
What?
The thing about it being on a steam railway is you don't notice because it's just a train. The best way to see a steam railway is from the platform as it goes by. When you're on it, you're just in a train. It could be being pulled by anything. So you stick your head out the window. I know I've said this before, but it's worth repeating because I may save somebody's sight. That's true. So what you do when you're on a steam train is you stick your head out the window and you look ahead to see the excitement of, being pulled by a steam locomotive. Big mistake. Don't do it. Because that attractive black plume that comes out of the funnel is actually boiling hot and full of red-hot ashes. And your eyelids fill up with red-hot ashes. The problem with that is that you're not in a train that's got a corridor. There's no toilet. You can't get to water. So you just have to sit there with your eyeballs being boiled while you're sitting on a blooming in a train carriage. That happened to me. I actually thought I was going to die. So I would say don't do it. Just say no. Just say no, thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
Jan texts, Nick, have you heard the good news? The ICC are bidding to get cricket included in the 2028 Olympic Games. What do you think about that? Says Jan. Well, Jan, I think this. No. Cricket's not a sport. It's a pastime. And golf shouldn't be in the Olympic Games either. Oh, I must correct the record. I don't know what I was watching when I first saw skateboarding on the Olympics. Maybe there's different things that they do, but what I saw was a succession of people going down like a ramp, doing one trick and then stopping, and that was it. And I thought, and said out loud on the air, I think I tweeted it actually, that looked like rubbish. I mean, they looked just as dull and like nothing as the kids under the concrete in the South Bank. Complete waste of time. And then I watched the skateboarding final around when they did the tricks around the skate park. God, that was fantastic. Absolutely wonderful. And uniquely, the people that were taking part were the only ones in the whole of the Olympics that looked like they were actually having fun. They were all like, dude,
Groovy.
like that. They were all greeting each other with,
Yeah! Dude!
like that. Daniel texts, just watch Educating Rita on DVD. Blown away by the tear-jerking performance from Jeremy Corbyn as the dishevelled professor. Another great success, Jezza. Martin tweets, OK, Nick, pictures or it didn't happen. This is in reference to the Christmas decorations in a shop that I went by the other day. I just did tweet it. It is now officially on my Twitter page. N.I. Abbott, 2Bs, 1T. Look it up. I double dare you. Christmas on the 11th of August. That has to be a record. I mean, maybe they were doing it sarcastically. I don't know. But it does seem a bit, even as a joke, it's a bit like, oh, come on. We haven't had a summer yet. Do me a favour. Christmas. I mean, it's bad enough that they've got the back-to-school window displays in. God, I used to hate those. I mean, I still do hate them, because it does mean at the end of summer. And also the nights are drawing in as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I drove here tonight, and it was suspiciously dark. Oh, I can't take it. Let's have Doncaster. Hello, Martin.
Hiya, Nick. Yeah, I ring up every Friday. It's just once again this week we've got sleaze again at the heart of this going. You've got Cameron, went to Eton, became the Prime Minister, worked for Greensill for 2 years and made £7 million, but didn't know what was going on. And then Cameron lobbied Matt Hancock to attend a genomic sequencing conference. As soon as Hancock turns up, to get an £123 million contract, just like his pub landlord, it makes you laugh. How the hell the police haven't been brought in, or the serious fraud office? I'll just never know with this government. Yeah, I mean, it's like we're living in a failed state. Yeah, I mean,
in 2 short years, the current Prime Minister seems to have turned this country into what represents, I don't know, it's like we're being run by the mafia now. It's I've said it before, it's not a government, it's a smash and grab raid. And they know they're getting away with it, and the proof is the constant smirking. I mean, if there's one image that sums up this government in its entirety, it would be a smirk. It's on all of their faces, to some extent or another. I can't stand it. But you're quite right, Martin. I want you to keep a keen eye on developments. All right?
I will do it now, and thank you for what you do as well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Paul says, Nick, I hope you did what all loyal patriots would do and reported this woman to the police for putting up Christmas decorations in August. We need to make an example of people like this, some kind of giant wicker Santa, perhaps. Well, let's not get carried away. Maybe it was just a joke. Robert texts, has Gavin Williamson got his A-level results in yet? Will he continue his gap year at the Department of Education or do some travelling like Alok Kashama? I don't know. What do you say, Gav? He's undecided. Just can't make up his mind. County Durham. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I've got a couple of points for you. You know, the card shops, they sell Christmas cards already, so I don't see where.
God.
What about Easter eggs? They come out in January. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, but that's not for the Easter after January. That's for the following year.
This is a very important day. I think the internet should be banned.
Quite right.
You know that it's evil, mate.
Mm-hmm, yes.
You know these sites. How the hell can they not flick a switch on these sites that are evil? Like
which ones?
Why the ones that lad was looking at that killed the 5 people at Plymouth?
God. Well, if you take off everything that is awful from the internet, then you'll just be left with puppy dog videos.
Well, that's very good. That's very good. That's what needs to happen. The internet, look at all these billionaires that are making billions out of the internet, man, and they won't flick a switch for these thick, horrible sites.
Yeah. Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, I don't think that the internet is the greatest disseminator of misinformation that has ever been invented. I mean, you could use it for good things. You could use it to look up stuff, to check facts, to educate yourself. But almost nobody uses it for that. They use it to sort of splash about in the ooze of humanity. Ew. I've just grossed myself out. Ooze. Oh.
Disgusting.
Horrible. But, it's... by turning off parts of the internet, you're not actually going to make much difference, I suspect. Because the internet just reflects human beings. It's who we are. Blown large. It's who we are without the public face that we put on. It's really who we are, the internet, because you only can really express who you are deep down when you are anonymous, and it allows you to be just that. So it's educational in a way, because it does show you what people are actually like, not this pretend politeness that we go around and cloak ourselves in. We're a twisted ball of ire and fury. Ain't that right, Sean?
I just don't understand it, mate. I just don't understand why they can't be wiped off. You know what I mean?
Because there's too much of it. I don't know what the actual numbers are, but there's something like, I'll just make them up. There's 1,000 hours of video content go up on YouTube every minute. Can you believe that?
Yes.
It's probably something like that. How on earth can they can they police that? Can't be done.
Well, somebody's looking at it. Somebody's controlling it.
Well, yeah, but they're not the people who can flick it away. I mean, billions and billions of websites and posts go up on a daily basis, probably every hour. Billions of them every hour. How can any corporation hope to police all of that? It just can't be done.
I don't understand why they cannot be done. Like it's sick, mate. It's sick to the back teeth. These internets.
Well, yes, but on the other hand, so are books. You know, there's information and opinions relating being written about and published in books that people like you might find to be questionable at best. So should we ban them too? I mean, where do you draw the line?
I don't know, mate. I just think it's absolutely sick, mate, that people are looking at these kind of things.
Yeah, well, people are looking at them because they're sick. It might not be the things that they're looking at that make them sick. They're looking at them because they're sick. Anyway, I wish you all the best, Sean. Turn the computer off and walk away. I know it's difficult to do because it's addictive. I'm on about 4 sites an hour now, man, but I can handle it. Just got a bit of an headache at the moment, that's all. Thanks, Sean. Paul texts, Nick, I hope you did... No, I read that. Robert says, I read that. Wow, so far ahead. I'm good at my job. Archie says, the kids are all right-wing. That's why they don't vote, because Johnson does the biz. What does that mean? The kids are all right, and then wing is in brackets. That's why they don't vote, because Johnson does the biz. That makes absolutely no sense, Archie, but fits right in on this show.
Correct.
0345 6060 973. Here is calling Shoreditch. Hello, James.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Sorry, you caught me off guard there.
Shall I put you on hold?
No, it's fine.
Okay, then.
Okay, I'd heard you talking about the Olympics, and I've recently got back into skateboarding in my early 30s.
Oh, my God. No. No. Early 30s? No. It's a no from me.
It's good exercise.
It isn't good exercise. It's not good exercise. It's riding along on wheels. How is it exercise?
No, you have to push.
Push.
It's like running with one leg.
Yeah, no. Seriously, James, anybody over the age of 20 should not be on a skateboard. Not now, not ever, never.
But you enjoyed it in the Olympics,
Yeah,
right?
It was great fun looking at, but I don't want to do it.
No, I didn't say you have to do it. Although, is there nothing from your youth that you want to redo? Like those hoops and sticks or whatever it was you played with back then? Sorry.
I want you to stand still against this wall. All right, thanks a lot, James. 0345 6060 973. Can you believe that? I'm receiving abuse on my own show. I am outraged. Edward texts, Nick, the other problem is other problem, other than what? The other problem is our outdated voting system. Whatever percentage the Greens are on... Oh, I was talking about the Greenies. They've got about 7% now. Excellent going, Greenies.
Yowza.
7%, something like that. Whatever percentage the Greens are on, unless it transfers into seats, it will not make any difference, says Edward. Is the right answer, yeah. So what we need is proportional representation. Of course we do. In fact, Keir Starmer announced support for a constitutional reform. And he said, we've got to address the fact that millions of people vote in safe seats, so they feel that their votes don't count, which is right. He said that before he became the leader of the Labour Party, probably buttering up people who would vote for him to become leader of the Labour Party. And since then, not much. Not remotely enough. And then this news came in, let's see, when was this? 8th of April. Momentum is to push the Labour Party to support proportional representation after a ballot of its members came out in strong support of the policy. Unless you get proportional representation, we're never going to have anything other than a minority-led Conservative government from now until the end of time. Electoral reform campaigners welcome the group's break from Labour's historic opposition to proportional representation as a major milestone and claimed a consensus was building in the opposition party. A consensus in Labour? That's hard to believe. Momentum balloted its members to determine which policies it should push the leadership to adopt, with proportional representation the second most popular suggestion after a £15 minimum wage. £15 minimum wage. That seems perfectly reasonable to me. £15 an hour. Why not? Because it's a Tory minister would say that's just a childish wish list. Get Dominic Raab on the phone, he'll explain it to us. Yeah, of course it should be proportional representation. Keir Starmer needs to get behind that straight away, if not sooner. But he's too busy being the I agree with Boris candidate. Matt emails, "Hi Nick, I was refused leave in July and August. They have given me the second half of October off, though. What will the UK weather like be then? Should I head east, west, north or south?" I would say south, like a long way south. About 10,000 miles should do it. But prepare to be under lock and key for about 3 months on your return. You'll be in one of those windowless hotel rooms in an English airport and have a bit of dried bread and water to sustain you. And it'll cost you more than you spent on your holiday. Happy travels. Tooting. Let's speak to Jan. Hello, Jan.
Yeah, hi, Nick. Good evening.
Jan.
Thank you for having me on your show.
Thank you for being on my show.
Yeah, I don't think all this. I think there's some. I'm coming in on the climate change thing about types of energy that are available, and it will be possible. I don't know whether you've heard this because I came across it ages ago, and it's recently come into my attention. It's not, the spotlight's not on it much, but you'd be able to run your car on a form of electricity from food waste. Anaerobic, what do they call it? Biogas, anaerobic, where is it? Anaerobic
bio. That's when you pass wind
energy.
When you're exercising. Yeah, I know that.
No, there's what's this company? I think, look, if all the councils, not all councils do it in England, but if all the councils collected the food waste, there'd be an enormous resource for making electricity.
How do you get electricity out of food waste?
Well, because I'll tell you what, one of the biggest companies here is Biffa.
Is what?
B-I-F-F-A.
B-I-F-F-A. Biffa, yes.
Services. And they're already doing it. They're converting food waste into electricity.
How do they do that?
By the bacteria, they call it anaerobic digestion, gives off.
It's like cows. Yeah, you could run your car on a cow. Not a lot of people know that.
No, but look, Biffa is one of. Yeah, but this could be. I think it's exciting because it's innovative.
Well, you do sound excited.
No, I mean, in contrast to solar energy, the solar energy and the wind energy. Yeah. But this is something that is probably going to be quite big because just recently, look, the villagers. Where did I pick up this? This was last week. the villagers in a town discovered a lot of them threw away the letters, that they were trying out this experiment with them.
Oh my God, they're experimenting on yokels?
Green hydrogen.
Huh?
Green hydrogen from plants, rotting plants, they put into people's gas supply in their homes, and they didn't even know they were part of the experiment. Well, they did. They were sent letters, but they didn't take it seriously.
Well, they didn't read them, yeah, because it came in one of those envelopes with windows, which everyone just throws straight away.
So that's one, but Biffa is one of the biggest ones in England that's dealing with food waste. But
Right.
if all the councils collected it, you see my point? But there's a company.
No, I don't.
Look, there's a French company in England doing waste management with food waste, Veolia.
Who is
They're
it?
making 1.9 billion revenue a year.
1.9 billion what?
Revenue from their food waste management.
From
So
pounds?
there's a lot of money in it.
And what are they called?
Veolia, a French company operating in England.
I'm very...
There's a huge resource there waiting to be used to help with the problems of climate change.
Right, well, here's a good
You know.
idea. Why do we have to import French bin collectors? Why can't we collect our own blooming bins? Would be a better idea.
Well, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they operate, but they're a waste management company in the UK. And
Waste,
that's what it says.
yeah, that sounds very suspicious. Waste management?
Absolutely.
Is that a euphemism?
Food waste. It's food waste. Look, you know how much food waste is. There's mountains of food waste.
I'll tell you what, Jan, I don't waste food. Nobody should waste food. Here's a better idea of instead of turning waste food into electricity, just don't waste food. Better.
No, but it is. There's mountains of waste food.
Well, who wastes food?
In the West.
I mean,
In the West.
In the West.
And I had some figures on it a while ago.
How much
but
food do you
there is
waste,
an
Jan?
awful lot.
Honestly, be truthful.
even
How much waste?
restaurants,
How much food?
restaurants,
How
restaurants.
much? Answer the question.
Oh no, I don't mean food. But I mean like peeling. As a vegan, I have a lot of stuff that could be composted, but I don't.
Like-
I'm not into composting. But
Pretty
you know,
much
if you eat
everything
a lot
that's
of
on your dinner
vegetables-
plate, I would imagine. What?
No, I'm talking about peeling.
Where have you gone,
and stuff
Jan?
like that.
Oh, there you are. You were getting fainter. There's probably...
Oh yes, sorry, I was walking around. I tend to walk around when I talk.
So you leave the phone on
I
the
walked into
table
the other room. No,
and
no,
then
no,
you
I've got the
walk
phone in my
around
hand.
while you're talking.
No, I've got
Right.
the phone in my hand, but I tend to think better when I walk around. But I had some notes here, though,
I see.
that I was looking at.
Right. This is you thinking better, is it?
It's an old habit. I don't leave the phone anywhere. I've got it on my hand.
Ah.
But don't you think it's exciting?
No. Well, yes. What were we talking about again?
You'll be able to run your car on food
On a
waste
cow,
and
yeah.
on renewable energy.
Renewable manure.
Well, not manure. I don't know how they call it, biogas. You see, it's so innovative.
Yeah.
Britain could perhaps lead the world in maybe, spurring it ahead with it if they got all the councils to collect everyone's food
I
waste.
don't doubt for a second that with Boris Johnson in charge, this country will lead the world in gas. I think that's probably absolutely true. He learned everything he needs to know about wind from the orange chump overseas.
I know a lot about wind.
Nobody knows more about wind than he does. Believe it. That's what comes from eating his dinner from a bucket. Edward says, I promise to do my bit for the environment and go vegan for the duration of this show. Well, every little counts, Edward. We appreciate your cooperation. Stephen tweets, I nominate you to save the world. As in me. Stephen, I'll do it. It's a lot of responsibility, and I'll be honest, it's a bit stressy, but I am prepared to save the world. Leave it in my hands. You can relax. Glasgow. Hello, Eamon.
Hello there, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Well, I was just wanting to tell you that Glasgow City Council at the moment are generating electricity through garbage, through waste, and it's done through, obviously, the decompose foodstuffs, and then generate methane gas and burn it off and create electricity.
Well, I tell you what generates methane gas is Bridies. You have a couple of those and you'll be generating methane gas, Eamon. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Oh, I love a good Bridie. I love a Bridie.
Yeah.
Brown sauce all over the top.
Of course, brown sauce. Yeah, that's right. But brown sauce is an Edinburgh thing. How come you in Glasgow have brown sauce?
No, that's a myth. That's a myth. Well, you can't put salt and vinegar on a Bridie, can you?
No, that's true. Yeah.
Well,
would you have brown sauce? Yeah, but would you have brown sauce on fish and chips? A fish
just salt and vinegar. No.
Just salt.
Salt and vinegar and a bit of tartar sauce. I like a bit of tartar sauce.
Oh, how posh is that?
Yeah.
I'm talking to an ABC one here. All right, thanks a lot, Eamon. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Here is the straight dope. The anaerobic digestion facilities use microorganisms to break down food waste. Did you know that?
No.
As food waste breaks down, it gives off methane gas, which is collected and converted into biogas and used to generate electricity, heat and gas for the national gas grid or transport fuels. Oh, the smell of it. Ew. So, you can generate electricity from food. But I don't think you can... I don't think it works if you just put old food in your car. I think the electricity has to be generated somewhere else and then you squirt it up your car. You can't just jam old bits of rotting food into the petrol tank of a car. I don't know that that's true, but you want to try it and tell me how it works out. Ian says, instead of saying we need to save the planet, has anyone tried saying we need to conserve energy to save kittens? People might be more willing to get aboard. Kittens we're saving. Jim says the climate in this country has nothing to do with the Gulf Stream. When it's lovely and warm, it's because of... When it's lovely and warm, it's because of Brexit. The reason this summer has been so poor is because the evil EU are punishing us. No! That's right. European Union has been hogging all the best weather, and we've been left with this rubbish. Why can't they just accept that we've left? They lost. Get over it. Chris texts, the Swanage Steam Railway actually has an observation car at the rear of the train, so it is not like being on a normal train, actually. Yes, you have to pay an extra £1 to travel in the observation car, but the views are much better and therefore worth the extra cost. Well, can you see forwards, though, in the observation car for your extra £1? Or can you just see out the side? Because you would think that an ordinary train car would actually allow you to see out the side, because, it's got windows through which you can see. But what's an observation car when it's at home? Does it mean it's got a bubble on the top that you can look around? And I mean, what exactly do you get for your extra £1? I'm not giving you a penny until I know. Thanks, Chris. Rob and Oliver texts, we are coming back from a staycation from Scotland. Weather was fine. Rubbish. Say, on the way back to Hampshire now, left Scotland by the Tweed Valley route. Amazing what views. P.S. covered in midge bites. Well, that was going to be my question. Yeah, never mind about the weather was fine. What about the midges? It does mean that Scotland is sort of off the cards for much of the summer. I mean, you just can't go there. And midges are fierce, and they're just so many. It's not like mosquitoes. You might get bitten every now and again. Midges will descend on you and chew you to bits. They'll be just... Your shoes will be left after about 10 minutes. They're like piranhas, but they fly. Flying piranhas. They should make a film of that. Peter says, Nick, I have even better news. Breakdancing is the new Olympic sport for Paris 2024. Check it out. No, I won't. And furthermore...
No.
Breakdancing, it's not 1984. It's 2024. Breakdancing. What, to that hippity hop music? Breakdance to this. I double dare you. Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, they're just trying to stick everything in there. They're just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what they can make money out of. That's preposterous. Breakdancing. Why? Why is golf an Olympic sport? I mean, what's the point of that? Why is hockey an Olympic sport? What's that got to do with gladiatorial combat? Nothing. Okay, horse mincing, perhaps. I sort of get it being in total control of a horse would be, useful on the battleground. I mean, it's a bit silly, but there are elements to it that would be useful in a fight. But hockey, what's the point of that? Like, if badminton in the sort of professional level wasn't so violent, I'd be against that too. But it's the complete opposite of what people play on their lawns. In on television, those fancy dress costume dramas with all the women are wearing bonnets and they're playing badminton on the lawn. It looks sort of relaxing, but not the way they play it at the Olympics. It looks like somebody's going to get pulled out from each contest dead. So that gets to stay. Tennis, no, that must go. Golf is right out. Baseball, I mean, do me a favour. And breakdancing, that's just ridiculous. But skateboarding can stay. Skateboarding and the biking thing, the BMX biking, that was pretty good as well. It was sort of like the snowboard, the groovy hippie snowboard thing that they do in the Winter Olympics.
Want to score some pot?
Those people. Ricky texts, hey, Ricky, you're so fine, good morning, Ricky. He says, did you read about the Tory donor who paid £100,000 to watch Johnson eat breakfast? I don't think that's what he paid for. Did you read about the Tory donor who paid £100,000 to watch Boris Johnson eat breakfast? He says, just imagine the grunts and snorts coming from him. Also, £100,000 would have bought so many homeless people a meal. That is true, yeah, but, homeless people can't do you a business favour, can't listen to your issue and move the government to solve it. I'd pay £100,000 to not watch Boris Johnson eat breakfast, if I had 100,000 lying around doing nothing. If it was a choice between one and the other, then I'm saying no. And furthermore... No. Brett says, well, I've done my bit for the environment this year. The little light in my fridge stopped working, and I have not replaced it. So there. We appreciate it, Brett.
Thank you.
Thank you for your cooperation. Every little counts. How am I doing so far? Because, oh my God, I'm so behind. All these people. Stop texting me. You want to talk about exam grades?
No.
In England. I mean, talk about you levelling up. This is ridiculous. In England, private schools recorded the largest jump in top grades. 61.2% of entries in private schools received a top grade of 7. 61.2%. Got an A star. That's ridiculous. And that's compared with 26% at comprehensives. 61% at private school, 26% at comprehensives. Labour leader Keir Starmer said, I agree with Boris. No, he condemned the attainment gap and described inequality in education as unforgivable. He blamed the results on the government's chaotic handling of schooling during the pandemic and said that it was astonishing that Education Secretary Gavin Williamson had held on to his post. Well, I think I know why Gavin Williamson has held on to his post. I think the Education Secretary has held on to his post because of his patriotism. Isn't that right, Gav?
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all, because we're a much better country than every single one of us.
Face plant every time I hear that. He's the actual education secretary. Can you believe that?
No.
Embarrassing. You know, I think I've heard people talk about this a lot, but and maybe I'm getting this wrong, because I haven't heard anybody else say this yet. But I think the reason that 3 times the number of pupils in private schools received teacher-assessed top marks than pupils in comprehensives just might be that private schools charge up to £40,000 a year for parents to send their precious little darlings to, and they want value for money. I mean, can you imagine the pressure for a teacher of a class of children that's worth, say, £500,000 a year to a private school? The pressure that teacher must be under to mark those pupils as sensational. I mean, it must be huge. I mean, it's why parents send their kids there in the first place, isn't it? They don't shell out the price of a Volvo every year to have their Harrys and Kates come back with a handful of C's, do they? I'd say this result isn't remotely shocking. It's what private schools are for, maintaining the wealth in the hands of the wealthy, making sure that the money and the opportunities are kept to a narrow band of the well-off. I mean, that's not an argument for disbanding private schools. I mean, I think they should be stripped of the charity tax-free status, which means that, as in with so much else, the poor are subsidising the rich. I mean, that's obviously wrong, but no Conservative government is going to strip the schools they went to of an unfair advantage. Are they? I mean, that's right, ain't it, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Yeah, but what it is an argument for is to match some of our competitor countries for attainment in state schools. I mean, there's a thing called the PISA rankings. It rates things like reading performance. We're about 16th in the world. We're the 5th richest country in the world, but the 16th best educated. Unless you pay for private schooling. I mean, in reading ability, it goes like this, from best to worst. Singapore, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Japan, China, South Korea. I mean, so far, all from the same area. Then Switzerland, Estonia, Canada, the Netherlands, Denmark, Finland, Slovenia. This is from best to worst, remember? Do you want me to start again? No. So, the Far East, then Switzerland, Estonia, Canada, Netherlands, Denmark, Finland, Slovenia, Belgium, Germany, Ireland, Poland, Norway, Australia, New Zealand, Vietnam, Austria, New Zealand, Vietnam, Australia, Russia, Sweden, France, Czech Republic, Portugal, and then us. Well, that is embarrassing. I mean, no offence to the rest of the world. But if you can't read, you can't do much, can you? I mean, you can't pretend you've read the terms and conditions of your iTunes contract for a start. So what we have instead of actual attainment is an A-star test paper dispenser. Simply put your name in and receive a fistful of proof that you are a genius. And it seems to be a yearly story on repeat. A-level results, GCSEs, have hit record highs again this year. The proportion of UK pupils getting the top grades, that's a 7 or higher, is equivalent to at least an A, is 28.9%. That's in state schools. 61% in private. But just overall, that's almost 30% of students rated at the best possible mark, which means the A's they're getting aren't A's, they're C's. An A-star is what a B used to be, and there isn't an A equivalent anymore. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. How can you have a position in which 61% of the students, even in private schools, who sit an exam, get the highest possible mark? That's just a nonsense. I mean, you can't dole out top marks to 30% of all pupils and it still mean anything. I mean, it actually makes going to a private school all the more important to those that can afford it, because what can an employer do to differentiate between a waiting room full of A-star students, apart from how they hold themselves, how they speak, and what school they went to? And as far as I can tell, how to speak and how to hold yourself is the number one priority of the private school curriculum. I mean, do you think that the current lot in charge got to where they were on merit? No, it's where they went to school and how they speak. They deport themselves as though they were born to lead. That's what you get from private schooling. But it's worse than that, because the teacher-assessed marks are only based on what little the kids actually were taught this year, which was, in a lot of cases, not much. But a lot more in wealthy households, who have access to more books and more computing power and an expensive suite of online learning and tutors and the space to learn in larger homes and all the rest of it, with the inevitable result that the privately educated have done very well out of the pandemic, just as the wealthy have in general. Price of assets has gone through the roof. Tried to buy a house lately? As usual, it's the poor that miss out. But, you know, as they voted for this government, I assume that they knew what they were voting for, as I've been told 1,000 times. So, an analysis of these results, these exam results. An analysis by Ofqual. It always sounds like all of this off stuff. It always sounds like half of a swear word. Ofqual. An analysis by Ofqual found that 61.2% of private school entries in England were awarded a grade 7 or above. That's an A or higher. Tippity top. 61%. Which is preposterous. And that's a 4% increase on last year. State schools had a 1.3% increase on their results. 4% for a private school increase, 1.3% for a state school increase. So the gap was big between achievement in private schools compared to state schools already. And after 2 years of bodgers levelling up, the gap has got even greater. Isn't that a total surprise?
No.
Aren't you completely shocked?
Negative.
It's amazing. 61% of private school entries in England were awarded the top grade. 28% of entries at academies achieved that. And the usual suspects were wheeled out to tell us how marvellous this all is. But it isn't. We've got a vast number of children that all think that they are top of the class because they have the paperwork to prove it. But if 61% of privately educated pupils got top marks, then those marks don't mean anything. Labour leader Keir Starmer said inequality in education was unforgivable and pinned the blame on the government. Yeah, well, good spot there, Mr. Sir. After 11 years in power, the public can't really pin this on Labour, can they?
Yes.
Actually, yeah, they probably can. It's Jezza Corbyn's fault. Uncle Jezza. Or it's Ramona's for moaning.
Stop whining.
Or maybe it's Tony Blair. Yeah, thanks a lot, Tony Blair. You see what you've done? No! We've got a country full of dummies who think they're geniuses. Sir Keir said it was pretty astonishing that Education Secretary Gavin Williamson was still in his post following the chaotic handling of school assessments and reiterated Labour's calls for him to resign. Well, out of shame, you mean? No, I think we're well past that. I think that ship's sailed and sank. What do you say, Gav? He's unsure. Professor Alan Smithers, Director of the Centre for Education and Employment Research at the University of Buckingham, wherever that is, said plentiful top grades could lead to parents to call for exams to be permanently scrapped. What? Yeah, that's right. Just issue every child on entry to school a gold medal and a Tom Daley knitted pouch to put it in. Problem solved. It were gran when I were a lad. An A was actually something that you didn't see that much. I don't know what the exact ratio was, so I'll make it up. An A was achieved by something in the order of 3%. I mean, it was like vanishingly rare. You'd have to be a total swot or a full-on genius to get an A. Most people got a C, because that's where the average is. C's average, right? B is you're doing very well. You know your subject inside and out, but you just didn't try very hard. A is you know everything about your subject. You've read way beyond your allotted task, and you have an affinity with it. And C is just, like everybody else, like the rump, it gets a C because that's average. But average is not C anymore. Average is A star, which means that A star doesn't mean anything. If you can't get better than the average mark, well, that's just a nonsense, isn't it? How can an employer tell the difference between one and the other? If they've got 1,000 people that just emailed them, as applicants for a job, and every single blooming one of them have got an A star, how are they going to pick? Steve tweets, relax, Nick. If humankind is wiped out, I predict nobody will complain about it. So stop worrying. Well, of course, if everybody's dead, then that will be there will be a lack of complaints. No more
whinging and whining and moaning.
Correct. So there's something to look forward to.
He is a very sick and dangerous man.
Yeah, Banksy. I think that is indicative of what I am talking about. Banksy is would get a C, but in ordinary circumstances, for his artwork, he says, waggling his fingers in the air to denote inverted commas, for his art, Banksy would get a C, but not in forward-thinking Great Britain. Goodness me, no. He gets an A star. It's just bewildering. I mean, he's just a cartoonist. They're just jokes. If he's an artist, so's the bloke who does the little thing on the front page of the Daily Telegraph. I mean, at least his make you laugh. Banksy will come along and he will spray something like the latest one is. It looks like people are dancing on top of a bus shelter. It's a joke. It's a cartoon, but the building that it's on is now worth £8 billion because of this art. The whole world's gone insane. It's a C, but it gets an A star. Everybody must get prizes. Bo, hello, Paul.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Right. Hello here and there.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, what is it? 61% of pupils getting A or A star.
Private school. Mm-hmm.
I mean, how bad have you got to be to get nothing at all?
How bad have you got to be to get a B? I mean, do they give Bs to people who don't even show up?
What is the bottom mark?
I don't know. It just beggars belief. It doesn't make any sense to give 61% of all people who entered an exam the top mark means that the certificate that you have just received, kids, is worthless.
So how? I mean, I'm putting this out. How bad? I mean, for the teacher that's put at the bottom of your paper, he or she has wasted 12 years of education, totally useless.
Yes.
Leaving. Hasn't got a brain cell. I mean, how bad have you got? I mean, it's probably harder to get a bad mark than it is to get a good one.
Yeah, it's virtually impossible not to get top marks. I mean, you'd have to set fire to your exam paper.
I mean, really, there used to be an old saying, they're giving them away out in cornflake packets.
Yeah.
Like they're free gifts out of cornflakes.
It's still relevant, Paul. It's not an old saying, it's a current saying. Giving them away free with a packet of cornflakes, yes.
So, really, I mean, if they're kidding themselves that I mean, not all. I mean, don't get me wrong. There must be some that are really deserved and earned them.
Yes, but that's the whole point. You can't tell who they are because everyone gets an A. If you give everybody an A, then you don't know. You can't determine who actually is top of the class because everyone's top of the class. I quite agree with you there, Paul. Nothing. In that order. Thanks, Paul. 0345 6060 973. That's the whole issue, isn't it? The reason that kids take exams is so that you can differentiate between one and the other. I mean, that's life, isn't it? You've got to decide who's a genius. I mean, you don't want just some dope to be running the country, for instance.
Yeah. Wait.
I mean, they don't give those jobs out to idiots, do they?
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, well. But, if it was something important, like air traffic control, or you wanted to go into surgery, or, something vital, you wanted to be an electrical engineer, then it would be important to know who actually has, an affinity for the subject. But if everybody you see has an A, then you've got no idea. So it does mean that an A now is a worthless grade. Doesn't mean anything. It just means you showed up every now and again. You didn't stab the teacher. You get an A. I don't know why we're putting up with it. I mean, but we put up with it every year. I think because parents, of course, want their kids to get, the best possible results. And so they almost demand this grade inflation, not seeing the big picture that if everybody gets their grades inflated, then those grades don't mean anything anymore. The whole point of the exam system then becomes moot. Moot. But it just seems like that's just me saying it. I mean, I've heard loads of people say all sorts of things this week about this subject, but precious few people have said that, and almost nobody at all suggested that the reason that private schools got absolutely off-the-scale fantastic results of teacher-graded papers is that the teachers that work for private schools are under an enormous amount of pressure to give everybody an A star. Otherwise, why are they spending the money? The parents would send their kids there. I mean, if one private school actually, went back to how exams were graded in the past, where most people would get C and then the clever ones would get a B and the really bright ones would get an A. If they went back to that, then parents would be pulling their kids out of that school left, right and centre. They wouldn't have any pupils left. No pupils means no money. It's all about the money, honey. It's all about short-termism. Again, it's what's going to do for humankind. Everything that's wrong with the world is down to short-termism. I think you'll find that's probably a fact. They want a short-term hit of your kid getting an A star, which means that every child in the class, their parents and the children themselves would want an A star. But if everybody gets an A star, then it don't mean nothing no more. I should be Education Secretary. Right, I'll do it. Start first thing Monday. Well, Monday afternoon. Tuesday morning. Do I have to start in the morning? I'll do it Wednesday. I'll come in on Friday. I'm not doing it. Jim texts, is there any chance I can get one of your superb weather reports for Brecon? I'm hoping to catch the Perseids meteor shower tonight. Oh, the Perseids. That's absolutely fantastic, yes?
Boring!
Couldn't be more dull. Nothing happens. You stare in the sky, and you stare, and you stare, and you stare, and nothing ever happens. Yeah, all right, I'll do you the weather forecast for Brecon. If indeed there is such a place. Brecon. Cloudy. Raining. There you are. Happy?
No.
Cloudy and raining, just as you would expect. What are you asking me for? Are you in Brecon? It'll be cloudy and raining. 0345 6060 973. Ilford. Hello, Alan.
Hello, good evening, Nick.
Alan.
You're talking about the methane in recyclable food. Food waste.
Yes.
That's put into landfill sites.
Mm-hmm.
And about 2002, I had to deliver machinery to one of these sites, and I got inside one of the generators, and it's like a generator, and it's producing electricity from the landfill, a load of them. But you took a caller many years ago from a bus driver that's saying that the liquid that's poured into diesel vehicles to reduce the emissions is called AdBlue. It's added into a separate tank.
It's called what? It's called what?
AdBlue, AD, and then blue.
Right.
Which is a clear liquid. It's not blue. And that is...
Well, wait a minute. AdBlue isn't blue?
No, it isn't.
Well, why is it called blue then?
I really don't know. It's sold into...
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's actually called blue, and it's not blue.
Well, it's AdBlue. That's what it's called. And it's usually put into a separate tank. You mustn't put it into a diesel tank because you mustn't start the engine. And it's made from... It's so funny when you took a call from a bus driver many years ago. It's made from urea.
Oh, please. Nobody wants to hear that.
And deionised water, I know. Wait for the sound effect.
There's no sound effect coming for that. Sadly, I don't have one. No, not lined up, that's for sure.
Oh, it's so funny.
Urea? Oh,
urea.
Blimey.
It's not. They don't milk. They don't take it from pigs.
Right. Okay.
Pigs obviously have urea.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Well, I think everyone's got urea, don't they? Urea, my ear. Everyone's got urea.
You can't use human urea either.
Why not?
It's a concentrate, something like that.
Okay, then. You can't wee in your car. Well, you can't wee in the tank. Let's put it like that.
But people have put biofuel, which is like chip fats.
I tell you what, every now and again I do follow a car and I think, what on earth are you burning there? I mean, it looks, the smoke coming out of the back of your car makes it look like it's on fire. It's probably chip fat, isn't it?
Yeah, but when I followed the car, when the first catlets came out, it smelled like bad eggs.
Yeah, awful.
Oh, yes.
The smell of bad eggs.
Disgusting.
Yeah. We know what that smells like. All right, thank you, Alan. 0345. Thank you for grossing us all out. Isn't that awful?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.com. Just that a bad thought. You can't wee in your tank, but you can wee in an Uber. I think that they do allow you to do that. You can add it to the app. Costs a little bit extra, but well worth it. Jay says, hi, I drive a truck for Tesco's delivering to the stores. This week, we have started taking out Christmas goods. Around December time, we will start delivering Easter eggs. There's no store. I mean, I have to assume that the picture that I put on my Twitter feed about an hour or so ago, that I took this week in Clapham Junction, I have to assume that the store that put a Christmas tree in its window, I have to assume that they were joking and that they weren't actually trying to make us excited at the prospect of Christmas. It must be tongue-in-cheek. Must be. Please tell me it was. But supermarkets aren't putting Christmas things on the shelves, are they? Josie says, Nick, I got my first Christmas present yesterday for 2021 from my sister. Throw it back in her face, Josie. Tell her it's too bloomin' early. She's just giving it to you because she wants you to give her a present. David says, I know you think it's early for shops to sell Christmas stuff, but in my local shops they were selling birthday cards in January. And it's not my birthday it's not my birthday until October. Well, that is a good point, David. Belfast. Hello, Brendan.
Oh, excuse me. Hello, how you doing? And thanks very much to Maggie for allowing me to speak to you. I have two issues, but I'll go for the one if you're and pushed for time. I'm totally at odds with you in your less than reverent diatribes, dare I say, against
diatribes, outbursts, Banksy, right?
Yeah, that kind of stuff against Banksy, and I'm having to say to myself, nah, he can't possibly actually believe that, so he's doing reverse psychology because that's your background anyway, and that in reverse.
No. I just don't understand why he's treated as a serious artist whose work is worth millions of pounds. It's ridiculous. He's a cartoonist. They're jokes.
Well, okay, but let's remove the financial element of it.
No, you can't, because that's the whole point of art these days. Well, okay, it's not the point of art, but it's the point of the art world, the business of art.
Yes. That's 100% correct. Well, I don't know if that's correct or not, but I agree with you. But what I'm saying is a Rembrandt or a Picasso would go for 60 million or 120 million.
Yeah, that's because they aren't making them anymore, and they're widely regarded as being the best of their type.
Yes, exactly. But what I'm saying to you is they appeal to a certain audience, and that audience are billionaires.
No. They're the only ones that can buy them, but they're not the only people that can look at them, because those works are available in major museums all over the world.
Yes, and here's what Banksy does. This is the point that I believe of Banksy.
Yeah,
Banksy doesn't expect you to go to a museum or an art gallery, or some people would feel, I'd rather go and see a fairground than go to an art gallery because they just wouldn't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Banksy bypasses that, and he really speaks to people who would never consider art as an interest in any way, shape or form.
Well, Brendan, would you also put in that category people who just write their names on walls?
To some degree, I wouldn't say that about it's how they write their names on the walls. Some graffiti artists, and again, they're graffiti artists. But if I could just make my point about Banksy, Banksy speaks the enigma attached to him is also fantastic. He's a brilliant promoter. He's a brilliant promoter of his own work, and yet he gives it away. It becomes valuable.
Yeah, I'm not. If you want a Banksy print, it's going to cost you something more than nothing. I think the stuff that he puts on walls are basically adverts for the brand.
Well, it's important for an artist to sustain. There's three things. I heard a guy saying this last night, and he's a poet. He was on a revisit to Desert Island Discs. It was John Cooper Clarke. That's who it was. And they said to him...
John Cooper Clarke. Yeah.
The very one. And he says, that was very Paul McCartney, or was it? Well, at least it sounded very Paul McCartney to me. But anyway...
That was nothing like Paul McCartney.
I know, but you don't have my ears. Or my perceptions.
No.
But here, let me finish this, please. Because see, every time I come on, and which is very rare when I come on, this is, as if there's some kind of pseudo... There isn't pseudo anything. What I mean is, I've rang this I don't ring anybody else a few times with the last since this thing. That's LBC carry-ons.
Yeah. Never mind about all that. Get on with the Banksy thing.
Exactly. I'm going to finish very quickly because I know I've taken a lot of your time, but I've enjoyed it. And this is the first time. This is the point. This is the first time you've ever actually answered me. Every other time I've been on, you sort of say, "Okay, Brad, what are you going to say?"
And then I fire you away instantly.
Yeah. No, that sound effect was the very first sound effect you played on the very first call I ever made.
But anyway, but never mind about all that. Banksy, yes. And in closing.
And, okay, got you. I can finish quickly. Banksy, he is a wonderful brand. He brings art to people who wouldn't otherwise have access to it. And not only does he do that, he does it in places where normal people go. And he confronts them with it. And people love the enigma of a mystery person, a bit like Superman, only this man puts stuff on the wall, and which does have social relevance.
Yes, I don't dispute any of that, but what I do dispute is that he is a world-class artist whose work is actually worth millions of pounds, which I just think is an absolute nonsense, because he's a cartoonist. His work is just jokes. They're one-liners. You look at them, you get it, and then there's no point in looking at it anymore, because there's no art to it, I guess is what I'm saying. There's stencils. He just sprays it on. I mean, I know you have to cut it out in the first place, but there's no art any more than a cartoonist in a newspaper. And you wouldn't call the guy, Mac, or whatever the guy's name is who does that cute cartoon on the front page of the Telegraph. You wouldn't call that art. You'd call it a cartoon. There is a difference. But people seem to have just abandoned the notion of difference when it comes to Banksy, because, I don't know, he makes a joke against the government, so it's art. Well, by that measure, this show is art. What do you think about that, Brendan?
Oh, I got it. No, that's my second. That's a proper sound effect. That's my second sound effect. My God, I can now say I'm on the second sound effect list. Well, but anyway, let me just say,
I'll give you a third. Oh, time's up. That's so sad when that happens. Thanks a lot, Brendan. 034, you almost got in what you wanted to say. Better luck next time. 0345 6060 973. Tim texts, the evenings are definitely getting darker. It's cold and raining most days. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Shut up. Mikey says, Christmas in August, great. I can now buy mince pies. Yay. Well, actually, that does sound pretty good. A cup of tea and a mince pie. Anybody want a cup of tea and a mince pie?
Yes.
Hands up. Keep them up while I count. Everybody. Oh, all right, then it's Christmas. Trev texts, Nick, a few years ago I flew to L.A. The plane took off on a flat runway at Heathrow and then landed on a flat runway at LAX on the other side of the world. This proves the world is flat. Well, that's a good point. Isn't this show educational?
No.
Neil tweets, Nick, did you know that August the 13th was National Left-Handers Day? Don't you think that's sinister? Says Neil. It's like it's a Latin joke. It's like we've got Bodger on the phone.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Let's have a call in Islington. Hello, Adam.
Hi. Good morning.
Adam.
How are you?
Great, mate.
I usually disagree with you on 90% of everything you say, but I disagree with your...
What?
I disagree with your position in relation to the grades. What's so funny?
Well, that makes you wrong then, doesn't it?
So let me explain myself, if I may. With the exception of these 2 years, which I agree with, there's going to be anomalies in the results. What's happened in education is that we're finding students are not only working harder than ever before, but they're subjected to a work...
Nonsense. What do you mean, harder than ever before? By what measure?
I'm about to tell you.
Well, I'm on the edge of my seat.
So I usually rely on the government's stats
because
website.
They'd never tell a lie. Yes.
Well, when I say government, sorry, I should have said Department of Education. Right. Sorry, let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
And what they've done, and I'm not a conservative voter, is in the last 7 years they've actually increased the difficulty of the key subject areas, English, maths, and science, by bringing in Singaporean benchmarking. Are you aware of this?
Rubbish. They've made it more difficult. Well, then how come more people are getting A's?
So this is my point.
Unless you're going to tell me that the kids today are far more intelligent than kids have ever been.
Well, what I'm saying is that they're having to work because there's so much more competition. And also, you're forgetting, Nick, there's regulatory frameworks, Ofsted, etc., that review examining governing boards that review.
Oh, sure. There's reviews. Yeah, that'll make a difference.
So they look at the grading structure as well as the content of the exam, compared to when me and you were.
Right, but they ain't taken no exams, have they? It's teacher graded. Now, if you were the teacher in a private school, you'd be under massive pressure to get every one of those precious little darlings an A star. So you might as well just say, oh, well, just throw them out.
I concur that these 2 years are going to have serious issues. And I think it's going to come across in when they go to universities.
Yeah, because there's absolutely no way to tell the difference between them. If everybody, well, there isn't. If everybody is sporting a clutch of A stars, then how can you tell the difference between them? How can you tell who is actually good at the subject?
I'm about to tell you so. You're right there. And what I'm saying is, when they start university, you will see a higher dropout in the Russell groups.
Yeah, maybe.
The students who, it's happened before, that those who, have you heard of contextual grading now? They're to try and make universities more accessible to those from low-income families or, less well-off families who can't afford tuition. They offer a reduced grade for them to get in, right? It's called contextual grading. I think it's very modern thinking, it's progressive, but the problem is, and I don't want to sound elitist about universities, but there is an element of where you do go will reflect how hard the course is.
Well, now, wait a minute, because I went to Brunel University. Are you telling me that only dopes went to Brunel University?
It's a good place. They're getting a medical school now.
Are they?
They're getting a medical school, but oddly only for international students. I don't know why that is. But it's a good place for science and engineering.
Yeah, engineering, yeah. I was surrounded by engineers. Absolutely, everybody was wearing an Iron Maiden T-shirt and jeans that looked like they were made in Russia, and a massive bunch of keys hanging off their belt loops. Like 100 keys. Everybody there had 100 keys hanging off their belt. What they were for, I have no idea.
I went to an open day there.
Did you?
And the student
don't tell me it was shut.
No. It was a beautiful campus. They've invested, but the student said to me...
No. Brunel has you must be talking about somewhere else. Brunel does not have a beautiful campus. Brunel, I certainly will do nothing of the sort. I went there for 4 years. I don't need to Google nothing. In Uxbridge,
invested millions, absolute millions into the campus. It is stunning.
Did they knock down all of the buildings and start again?
When you go there, you will think you're like in the Northern Lights area in Norway. It's that pretty.
Get lost. That's absolute nonsense. It looks like a chemicals factory. Always did, always will.
No, it did before. Not anymore. That's what I'm saying. They've used Dulux paint everywhere.
Ah, well, you should have said. Liquor paint. Right.
But no, back to the main point. I don't want you to think that these grades don't reflect intelligence or hard work.
They don't. Do. How can you possibly tell me that the kids today are significantly brighter than they were 20 years ago?
I think because less students went to university before, there wasn't that drive in the majority of young people aspiring to, get good jobs, get into careers, make something of their life. No?
Yeah, but people a smaller number of people used to go to university because they were the ones that actually were A-star students. They were
in the catchment areas where they could go to grammar schools.
No, they were the tippity-tip top of the exam results, the people that used to go to university. It was like 3%, something like that. Tiny, tiny numbers. Now, half of the kids in the country go to university. Then pretty much anybody that just shows up for school once in a while gets to go.
But Nick, there's more aspiration now. When you're talking about the 70s, 80s, for example, right? University, the reach for higher education wasn't wasn't vast with working. It still is a problem with white work, especially white working class kids, who they're saying that are the least likely to go to university. That gap is getting bigger, right? For other social factors and reasons and stuff,
right?
Which is another story. But
yeah, and they all voted for the Conservative Party to stick it to the elites.
I know. I agree with you, and I find it embarrassing because. Anyway, that's another story. But I do want you to think,
that's what we're talking about, and I could do with a couple of soluble aspirations right now just talking to you. I'm getting a headache, Adam. I've got to go, but thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Are the kids smarter than they ever were?
No.
Then why have they all got triple A status? It's because the exams are easier and the teacher marking is easier. Like off the scale easy. As long as you actually show up at school once in a while, you are an A-star student. Everybody must get prizes. Joseph tweets, skateboarding, breakdancing, surfing and wall climbing are now all Olympic sports. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we see pole dancing at the Olympics.
Disgusting.
Going to be pole dancing at the Olympics, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He can't wait. Aussie Steve tweets, the internet is my only means of listening to the Nick Abbott Show. The internet must stay. Yeah, we've got Pussycat videos and me. Susie tweets, feeling proud. I actually deleted TikTok thing that everyone raved about. Bring back the landline telephone. What are you talking about, Susie? What's the TikTok thing? Huh? That? Or is she talking about the thing that kids waste their lives doing dancing on? I think I saw some kids doing that on... I went to, you know that swimming pool that they built between buildings by the American Embassy? I went there this week. In fact, that's where I was taking a bus from Clapham Junction to go down to have a peek at the American Embassy and the Battersea Power Station. I thought that you could go to Battersea Power Station and just have a mooch about. Because I was lucky enough to go to Battersea Power Station on a tour before they stripped it of all its gear. This was like 1980, 82, something like that. All the stuff was still inside. God, it was great. And it had just been decommissioned. It had just stopped working. I can't remember the exact year, but it was early 80s. And all the equipment was in there, and they had this fantastic Art Deco control room, and just marvellous. And then about a decade or so after that, they had a big art piece there. I think it was from China. And they had, they took over the whole thing, and they parked tanks in there, and they filled floors with rotting apples, and just crazy art stuff. But I hadn't seen it since then, decade, maybe. Where are we now? 20s, like 30 years maybe have gone by since I actually walked around Battersea Power Station. So I thought, now, finally, it's open and you can go in and walk about. You can't get anywhere near it. You can't get anywhere near it. And so what I ended up doing was sitting underneath the see-through swimming pool. God, it's an absolute wonder to behold. Seeing it in pictures does not give you an impression of what it's like in real life. It's amazing. It really is. You've got all of that water suspended that high up, and the sides of the pool are crystal clear. You can see straight through them. I mean, the amount of cleaning that must get done on that thing. It's a remarkable feat of engineering. It really is worth seeing with your own eyeballs. Especially in the sun, because, the sun is glinting off it, and it is a technical wonder. But why was I talking about that?
I'm taking you off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
Yeah, I start out a conversation with myself, and I can't remember where I was going or how I got there. TikTok, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about TikTok, because as I was sitting underneath this swimming pool. There's a whole block of hideous flats. Well, they're everywhere. What they've been allowed to build around there in Vauxhall is just absolutely awful. It's tragic. I mean, Vauxhall used to be hideously ugly. Look at it now. It's just, it makes your eyes bleed just looking at it. Those buildings are awful, and we're going to be stuck with them forever. But anyway, as I was there looking at this architectural wonder that there's this swimming pool suspended between two buildings, there were these kids up on one of the balconies, and they were doing what I can only assume was they were practicing their TikTok dance moves over and over and over again. In the time it took me to sit there and get through 2 cans of beer, they were still doing the same thing over and over again. So they could film it and put it and squirt it up the internet as a TikTok video. Kids, you're wasting your lives. If your plan for the future is to be an influencer, you might as well plan for the future by buying a lottery ticket. You've got about as much chance. Nikki says, quick question, what's your favourite dessert? Gobi. She says, I found an Arctic roll the other day. They're tiny now. They used to be the size of a moderately livable house. I did not know that, Nikki. Middlesbrough. Hello, George.
Yeah, hello. You're complaining that youngsters are being given A+ stars like Smarties and stuff at school and everything, and encouraged to go to university and stuff. No. Hang on a minute. It's got nothing to do with going to university. I'm saying that what I was saying was, if everybody gets an A, then an A doesn't mean anything anymore. I said that a few weeks ago. I said that people should be encouraged to learn for sort of more blue-collar jobs, vocational training. And today, you're complaining that people are getting A+ stars. Well, where does that take them?
What does that mean?
Well, they're going to go on to university, aren't they?
Well, if they want to. But there's only so many places at university, and if everybody gets an A star, then the universities are going to have the same problem as an employer. They won't be able to tell the difference between one and the other. If everybody has the same glittering array of exam results, then how can you tell the difference between them, other than how they talk, how they hold themselves, and what school they went to? So the private school pupils will win again.
It's not about private schools.
It is.
You're complaining that people are being given A+ grades, like Smarties.
Right.
And a few weeks ago, I said to you, there should be a generation encouraged to do vocational training.
Right.
And you argued back with us. But tonight...
No, I didn't.
Tonight, you're saying...
I argued back with you. What did I say? I said that people should not do vocational training?
No, you were saying that people should be encouraged to educate themselves, to go on to higher education.
Is that not a good idea?
And not be plumbers or lorry drivers or bricklayers.
Learning how to be a plumber is education.
You said a few weeks ago that people should be encouraged to just go on to higher education and stuff.
Right.
And tonight,
they should be encouraged to be educated.
That people are being given A+ pluses.
That's right.
Like Smarties.
Yes.
So what's it meant to be? Should people be encouraged to go to vocational training, or should people? You've said already to a previous caller.
Yeah.
That people are being led a fantasy.
Yes.
That, right. So what's it meant to be?
George, the two have nothing to do with each other. What are you talking about? If 60-odd% of people who sit an exam get an A, then an A doesn't mean anything anymore. An A is a C. The current A is what a C used to be. If that's your average grade, then it's a C. It's not an A. And so people are thinking that they are geniuses when they can barely write their own name. So that's one thing. And I think it is a good idea for people to get more educated than they are at the moment. for everybody, regardless of what their educational attainment is. Education is a good thing. But so is vocational training for those who have an ability in that area. I don't see what your point is.
My point, a few weeks ago, I told you that people needed to be encouraged to blue-collar training.
Right.
You argued back. And
But
you
what
said,
what did I say?
They need to go on to higher education.
Yeah, but...
And tonight...
No, I didn't.
Tonight you're saying, people are being given A-plus grades.
Well,
like
what's that got to do with it?
So you're complaining about, you're directly contradicting yourself.
That's got nothing to do with it.
No,
People getting A-star grades at A-level has got nothing to do with going to either vocational training or to a higher education at universities. What have they got to do with each other?
I said to you a few weeks ago...
Please don't say the same thing again. You're not making sense, so you're going to have to put it another way. Don't just keep repeating yourself.
Tonight you're complaining...
You're repeating yourself.
Tonight you're complaining
You're
that
repeating
youngsters
yourself.
are getting A grade plus stars.
Oh my God! It's like doing a show in the Alps. There's an echo in here. Anyway, George, you're going to have to think it out again. You're making no sense. You get a D. Fail. Robert texts, Nick, if Carol McGiffin is ever unavailable, then maybe you could have a tag team with Jan of Tooting. The two of you have just had me in stitches, so how about a what's your problem with Nick and Jan? What do you think, Carol?
No.
It's a no from Carol. Hey, Carol McGiffin and I do a podcast.
Yeah.
It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? And I think you'll find it's a right laugh.
Oh, right, yeah.
We have tremendous amounts of fun doing it.
Oh, right, yeah.
It comes out on Monday. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? And the idea is that you send us your problems and we solve them. Leave it to the unprofessionals. We laugh all the way through, and you may find it amusing too. If you want us to have a bash at your issue, then there is still time to send it in, because this week we are taping on Sunday for a Monday release. And send your issue to the following address: nickandcarol@global.com. That's NICKANDCAROL @global.com. And prepare to be mildly satisfied. There's loads of them up there. If you have an hour, because they're all about an hour long. If you've got an hour in your busy schedule and you wish to be amused, then I think it would be right up your alley. Ask for it by name on an internet near you. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? And prepare for chuckles. Bob texts, my full-time job in Holland in 1997 was to...
Want to score some pot?
Oh, yeah, I know. To destroy lettuce. That was a full-time job. My full-time job in Holland in 1997 was to destroy lettuce by rolling it up and smoking it. Oh, there's more. To destroy lettuce, peppers and radish. All I did for 3 years was destroy food full-time. There were 10 other people doing the same job. Well, that leaves a lot of questions hanging in the air there, Bob. Why? Being one of them. Rob texts, I've read that. Christian tweets, if we can make energy from methane, why do we not capture the gaseous eruptions that cows blow so much? That makes no sense. I mean, I sort of know where you're going, but I think predictive text has failed you. H-text. Always check your text before you send. H-text. Not all drum solos are rubbish. Joe Morello's Take 5 drum solo is one you would want to listen to. Well, God, who hasn't heard Take 5 about 1 million times? It's the jazz track that people who say they don't like jazz like. Chris says, the Burj Khalifa Hotel in Dubai has no sewage system. All human waste has to be taken away daily in a van. Wow. That can't be true. The stuff you hear on this show, it's an education, isn't it?
No.
Chris texts, Nick, I work in the Highlands. The midge levels have been low, but the traffic has been absolutely shocking, like a pound shop Cornwall. What? The Highlands of Scotland are like a pound shop Cornwall? No, they're not. This says, did you know that solo synchronised swimming used to be an Olympic sport? And I had to check, because I seriously doubted it, but it's true. Solo synchronised swimming apparently was a sport at the Olympic Games between 1984 and 1992. How can you be synchronised on your own? Maybe synchronised to music. There, I'll dance to that, I double dare you. And Gary says, darts needs to be included in the next Olympics. Winner to get a speedboat. I don't really know what that means. Why does the winner get a speedboat? Let's have Harrow, Rav.
Hi, hello?
Yes, sir.
Hi. On the topic of education and the grades that have come out, before I say anything, can I just give you a little bit of background on myself?
You've said something already.
I have? Okay, so, are we arguing that too many people have got 9s and 8s and 7s?
If that means
which basically means A star,
yes.
double A star.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Okay, yeah, we are. Okay, now, please do not take it away from those people who are 16 years old and they've got those grades and they're on top of the world right now, okay?
Yeah, it's not their fault.
No, of course it's not. Of course it's not. Now, in years to come, I predict, and I think it will be true, in about when they get jobs, when they go to apply for a job, it will be very, very difficult for them because this is the COVID year. Okay, they did not sit an exam. Whether they deserved a double A star is, well, I can't even say
it's debatable.
It's debatable, yes.
Depending on who we're talking about. Every student is different, but if they all have the same result, then you can't differentiate between them. That's what the grade system is for.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's go back a bit. We had the O levels, okay? Everyone if you got A at O level, it's amazing. Yeah. Then you got into your GCSE. Then you got an A star. Oh, that's even better.
Yeah,
then we've got to a situation
science
where
fiction, amazing. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's got to the grading system itself is faulted. It's literally into a point where you're classing people or students itself into a little bracket.
No, not little brackets, huge, giant brackets. It used to be relatively small brackets. An A star meant something. Now, if everybody gets an A star, then it doesn't mean anything at all. You're just repeating my argument to me.
Yeah, now, so what do you think will happen in terms of, university applications and future jobs from that?
I think the university will have the difficulty of not knowing the difference between students, because they'll be looking at the piece of paper and everyone will get an A, and so how can they tell the difference between students? Who's the brightest? If everybody gets an A, then it's impossible to tell the difference between those students. So they'll have to do it in some other way. And I betcha that they will look at what school they went to. And if you went to a top-paying private school, come right in. And if you didn't, you don't.
Right. Also, with the extracurricular activities. Now, you're saying private school. Do we really think that the universities are actually going to look at the fact that you're from a private school and say, oh, he's from private school.
Yes.
Or she's from a private school. Therefore, more suitable for this course.
I do think that.
You do?
Yeah, and you said that extracurricular activities is something that might swing it for them. Yeah, well, which type of school provides more extracurricular curricular activities?
I'm going to say private.
Of course.
You're right. I'm going to say private. Yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right on that point. I mean, look, how do you bring up points? It's all about the point system. You've got, this is exactly why the A's were reduced, well, not even reduced, sorry. A star and double A star is, okay, why change it to a 9 and an 8? Just stick to A star and A.
Right, I have no idea what you're talking about anyway. You seem to be complaining to me, but by repeating my argument to me. You're saying what I'm saying. So I agree with me. Thanks a lot, Rav. 0345 6060 973. Rebecca texts, "Hi Nick, how do you feel about volleyball in the Olympics?" Rebecca, I feel badly about it. It shouldn't be in the Olympics. Why is volleyball in the Olympics? Baseball shouldn't be in the Olympics either, and neither should tennis or golf or football. Oh God, the season's started again. Football. That means that summer is over.
Oh, no.
It doesn't feel like it's started yet. Zora Suleiman was saying in the news that June or July, one of those J months, was the hottest of its type in the world ever. Well, not here it wasn't. It was blooming rubbish here. Not completely satisfied. Will texts, "Hey Nick, quick thought. BMX and skateboarding will be vital combat gladiatorial skills in the forthcoming urban zombie apocalypse." Well, that's a good point. No, I'm all for BMX and skateboarding. I can't believe that I'm saying that out loud, but the skateboarding finals were brilliant. I mean, they really were. It was great to watch because those kids were actually having fun. They were the only athletes in the entire thing that I saw that looked like they were having fun. They were all like, "Yeah, dude." It looked like they were just getting together for, like an afternoon's meet. And the BMX things, that was great. I mean, it was the sort of the summer equivalent of the Winter Olympics. You know, the half pipe and all of that, the moguls and freestyle. It was good. I enjoyed it. I'm going to have to check that this is me speaking because I just said I enjoyed skateboarding. But yeah, it was fun. It was good. It was excellent. I heartily approve. Waltham Cross. Hello, Edward.
Hello there, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
No, that's good to hear. I was just calling in regards to what you're saying about the whole results and education thing. Me personally, I don't know what your previous callers are talking about, where they're saying that they deserve it. I'm in the same mindset as you. I'm in the same mindset as you. We're having teacher assessments. Why do we get the examination boards to do those assessments?
Yeah, well, it's been a tough year, but the teacher assessments, it does seem to me that if you are a teacher in a private school, then the pressure on you to mark your students as the best in their class, A stars, must be absolutely massive because each student represents 40 grand a year to the school.
Well, yeah, think about it for the colleges as well. When they're advertising pass rates. So they have an incentive as well to make sure wherever these kids have been predicted, they're going to stay by them. So I'm in agreement with you because I went through the whole A-level system and the university system. And I must say A-level was probably the most painful thing. But it did prepare me for university. It made university a bit much more of a breeze for me.
It was a breeze?
Well, for me, it a little bit was.
What did you study? What did you study, Edward?
Oh, surveying.
Right.
Surveying and commercial management, yeah. But for me, because I went through the whole process of A-levels, it kind of prepped me for university.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure the experience of kids today doing exams is just the same as it ever was. Incredibly stressful, and you don't know what you're going to get asked, and it's just a blooming nightmare. Exams. God, I'm so glad I don't have to do those anymore. But the difference is there used to be a tiny number of people that got an A, and so you could tell that those people were exceptional. It meant something to get an A. If you got an A, it means you either worked your face off or you had a natural ability for the subject or a combination of the two. If you got a B, it meant you had a natural ability and you didn't work that hard, or you worked really hard to overcome a lack of ability. And if you got a C, that means you were just, wasting your time, whiling away the day, staring out the window and not doing much. That's what a C was. And a D, well, that's just... how can you get a D? I think it used to go down to F. But that's when grades meant something, if it was difficult to get an A. But if 61% of students in private schools got an A, that means A's don't mean anything anymore. It's meaningless. Is that the point you were trying to make, Edward?
Yeah, I'm in the same agreement with you. Even this whole numbering system, I don't know where they've changed it from
I don't know what
A's, A-stars to 9s. Look, I don't know what's happened with the grading system. It looks like it's just gone, unfortunately, it's just gone down the pan.
Yeah.
And these kids, I'm not trying to take anything away from them.
No, it's not their fault.
It's just that I kind of feel like, they've got the teacher on the side now.
Yeah. Well, it's the teacher and the government, because it reflects well on the government if every child in the land is classed as the best that they can possibly be. Hey, Gavin? Absolutely. It makes us a much better country than any of the others.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all, because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
Declan emails, hi Nick, when climate change really kicks in and the world melts, sounds like you'll need an ark. When it happens, call me, because I know a guy. Oh, I am in pain. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
Bill texts, I'd welcome a drop in the British temperature. It's far too warm for me. I miss the snow and all those lovely, crisp, frosty mornings. Shut up, Bill. John texts, hi, Nick. You can see out of 3 sides of an observation car. Check out the preserved Devon Bell Pullman observation car. And I'm doing that right now. I'm checking it out. And there it is on the internet. It's a train carriage with windows. How fantastic. Yeah, but you look backwards, it appears to me. It appears to me that you are looking backwards. Or at least that's what the people in the train are doing, unless, they're looking backwards. I suppose I'd pay £1 to look out the window, but you'd think that a train would come with windows anyway. I mean, what were the other people on the train doing? Staring at the wall. I'd also want to see ahead. See, that's the you can see backwards and on both sides, but you can't see ahead. And that's the key, because you're on a steam train. The whole point of being on a steam train is not be on a train. It's the steam part, but you can't see the steam part when you're on the train. So I restate my case that the best place to see a steam train from is the platform as it goes by. I think you'll find that that's correct. Hampshire. Hello, Barry. Oh, no, wait. Wait. Barry.
Hello?
Yes, Barry.
Hiya. Yeah, I'm a maths teacher from Hampshire, and I thought I'd just wade into the conversation on inflated exam grades and stuff.
Okay. I'm going to test you at the end of this conversation.
That's fine. What I was going to say to you is statistics are a fantastic thing that you can manipulate how you want to, as you probably know. If everybody is 60% of the population is getting A's, yes, your A's then become a C. But when you're talking about private schools, and especially highly selective private schools, your Etons, your Harrows, etc., these are taking the 1% of the population who are ridiculously intelligent.
No, they're not. They're taking the 1% of the population who are ridiculously rich.
But even even if they're rich, they're paying for private tutors to get their children into the schools. I work in a big private school. We don't, we've turned away a multitude of children whose parents are rich and famous because the children just aren't good enough to get into the school. So these, Eton is a really good example because that used to be literally an old boys club of it's who you know.
Yeah. It must still be. It must be.
It's not, honestly. It's so difficult to get in there. If you were to do the academic scholarship at 13 plus to get in there, which is called the King's Scholarship.
Right, yeah, but that's different.
A-level standard.
Yes, but that's taking people based on their educational attainment and throwing money at them. But most pupils at Eton do not get like a bursary or anything like that. Their parents pay.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's plenty of children whose parents haven't got the finances to put them into those schools. But there's more that are going. But what I'm saying is, it's the 1% of the rich, if you know what I mean. There's plenty of rich kids out there who are not bright enough, or they'll go to private schools that are not selective. And there's a few out there, but so many more of your average private schools are now really highly selective. So you've got these kids coming in. We do test them. We do CAT tests on them, which is cognitive ability testing, and you measure them on their IQ. And they come in and they're at 130 to 140, all of them. It's a standard score to get in, where 100 is average.
Well,
100 is...
Okay, I don't know about Eton or Harrow, or that may be the case. I kind of doubt it, but it can't possibly be the case with private schools in general. They just take whoever can afford to send their kids there.
Well, we are... I won't name the school that I work at, but we are oversubscribed by hundreds upon hundreds of pupils. Our catchment area is ridiculous. We run buses an hour away to pick kids up. It's unbelievable. It's a completely different field than what it used to be, and that's my answer to the private school. Because I've worked in the state sector and I've worked in the private sector. But if you look at, I think your other point was, are kids more intelligent nowadays than what they were before?
Yeah.
I don't think they're more intelligent, but the resources that they've got at their fingertips now is significant. I mean, I'm 45 years old, and the internet wasn't invented until 1994. You can go on the internet now and you can do a maths paper like on YouTube. Watch a maths paper, and there'll be a tutor on there free of charge, and he will go through a maths paper that was last year, step by step, how to answer it, what to do.
Yes, but that's not an indicator of a more intelligent child. That's an indicator of a child that's pretty much been given the answers.
Indeed, and that, with the advent of the internet, with technology nowadays, I mean, one of my main jobs at my school is to identify children who are not going to get a top grade, and basically hothouse them until they do. And it's in a state school you can't do that. In a state school you've got 30 plus children, and it's survival of the fittest, and they just get on with it. And that's when your C is your C, your A is the kids that are bright who will achieve in any circumstances. Whereas in private schools, you can throw money at stuff, and you can turn a child who's not very intelligent by showing them exam technique.
You can teach them how to pass an exam, which is not the same as being intelligent.
Agreed.
And neither is it the same as using those skills in the real world. Your ability to pass an exam is neither here nor there. Just because you've got a fistful of A's doesn't actually mean that anything at all. If everybody gets a fistful of A's, it's meaningless. It's irrelevant to the real world.
And what's happened, obviously, without the exams going on and the teacher assessments, and I can tell you this firsthand, is instead of the exams being a surprise, a child will do, say, 2-3 maths exams at GCSE. The the average number of exams they're doing in each topic, they've been doing like mini tests, has been above 20. So if you think about that, it's a very narrow field of what they've got to study for to do. So, for example, they'll do an assessment on trigonometry, and all they have to do is revise trigonometry.
Right.
If they stuff that up, then that's 1/20th of their overall justification. You know, whereas normal GCSEs or A levels, what you look at, you study for 5 years from year 7 up to year 11, and then you've got one moment to prove yourself.
But are you telling me? Can you honestly say that the teachers in the private education are not under pressure to give their precious little darlings all straight A's because their parents are spending 40 grand a year on the pleasure of sending them there?
I would say that the heads of department are under pressure. The teachers themselves are not necessarily under pressure.
Really?
But, well, I'm not under pressure. Well, I'm a head of department as well. But, for example...
You must be. I mean, if a teacher in a private school whose students are being sent there 40 grand a year, if I'm teaching maths and my entire class gets a C, while the next teacher along the corridor has got all A's, then that would reflect badly on me. Yeah, it wouldn't happen because that teacher would give these kids the benefit of the doubt for his own benefit, and hand out A's like sweets. Surely.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you a good example. My eldest son, he got all A stars in his GCSEs. He went on and got an A star in his A level. He's got a degree in maths, and now he's doing a master's in maths. When he was at his school, which is the school I work at, and obviously he's got a dad who's a maths teacher, they had 13 sets for the year, okay, with set 1 being the top set, 13 being the lowest set. He didn't get past set 5. He wasn't...
Well, I blame the parents. In closing, what are 6 8s?
6 8s or 6 A stars.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you mean that? 6 8's 48. Sorry, I thought you meant...
No, the correct answer is 53. 53. You fail this test. You get an F. See me after school. You know, if you don't like the forecast, then get another forecaster. So I did. If you don't like the weather forecast, simply change the people you get the forecast from. Simple. This forecast says Britain could be hit with a searing heat wave towards the end of this month, with the latest weather charts suggesting blowtorch conditions on the way.
Yowza.
Wow. An alternative weather map by The Weather Outlook suggests conditions could even peak at above 30 degrees centigrade later this month. Brian, out of The Weather Outlook, posted a weather map on Twitter indicating hot weather could soon move in, as it appeared to sweep across the English Channel from Europe on Sunday, August the 22nd, my birthday. A birthday present from God. I must have been a very good boy.
Correct.
Brian out of the Weather Outlook said ECM12Z also bringing the blowtorch in during the last week of August, 20C850OS into the south. Anybody know what that means?
No.
Not a clue. He said, could be wrong, but I suspect that would be hotter than any air mass visiting the UK in the 1980s.
Groovy.
Wow. Was it hot in the 1980s? Asked what this could mean if this weather model came true, Brian, out of The Weather Outlook, said, at that range, forecast accuracy is very low, so don't take it at face value. But if that pattern develops, we could expect it to turn hot. And I have decided to take that at face value. In fact, I'm taking it as a guarantee or my money back. All this could be possible if the UK tapped into warm European air, he said. Well, I for one am prepared to suffer warm European surrender socialist air, and I will do it for my country. Because while we hold all the cards, Europe holds all the heat. And we need their heat more than they need our cards. Parts of Europe are currently baking in one of the hottest heat waves on record, as in ever. Italy experienced temperatures of 48.8 degrees centigrade earlier this week in Syracuse, beating the previous European record registered in Greece over 40 years ago. Wow. Scorching temperatures have led to devastating wildfires across the continent. Spain has red warnings in place for extreme temperatures.
Warning, warning.
Meanwhile, there's heavy rain and potential flooding in Eastern Europe, and in America there's intense heat warnings as the normally cool Oregon and Washington states are having their second heat emergency in a month. But who cares about that? Because probably, it's going to be hot here too. We'll take it. Right, some texts and emails and such from last night. Ellis texts, Nick, I went to a private school. For the last 6 months, I've been delivering parcels to every niche of society. I find myself changing my level of diction and speech clarity for each class that I deliver to. Thank God I had years of private elocution lessons, says Ellis. You don't need to speak to them. Just give them the package, take a picture of it in the doorway and leave. And don't put one of those, sorry you were out, if we aren't out. What is that about? Why go all the way up to the front door to give you a little note that says, sorry we missed you, you were out? The amount of times I've been in, waiting for a package, and then I just happen to pass the front door, and there's this little thing on the doormat that says, sorry you were out, but I wasn't out. I was in. Liar! So why bother to go all the way up to somebody's front door just to I don't get it. I could understand that if they called you and said, sorry you were out, without having to walk up to your front door, but if you're going to walk up to the front door anyway, why don't you just bring the blooming package? Why don't you just ring the doorbell? Anyway, Mark texts, this presumably is in reference to me going off on one about Banksy last night. He says, Nick, you're the sort that wouldn't have bought a Van Gogh from him had you known him at the time. Van Gogh, G-O-T-H. Yeah, I'm not too keen on Van Gogh. It's a bit depressing. All that black. This says, hi Nick, we were actually told by our school when GCSEs were introduced that henceforth, other way around, henceforth, a grade C at O-level would be equal to an A grade at GCSE. Okay. Jake tweets, whatever happened to that whole aliens are real news? Yeah, that's right. What happened to aliens are real? I mean, that came and went pretty quick, didn't it? I mean, they were going to release all of this information about, visitations from space, close encounters of the weird kind, and then they did, and nothing happened. People read through it in great expectation, and they shrug their shoulders and go, oh, yeah, okay. I mean, I was expecting more. I'm a little bit disappointed. Fred texts, we were talking about blue petrol or blue fuel or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was blue. And I said, is it blue? And the person said, no, it's not blue. It's just called blue. It's called blue, but it's not actually blue. Does that make sense? No. But it makes as much sense as anything else I've heard this year. Anyway, Fred says, hi, Nick, it's actually blue. Just a dye, I suppose. I helped clean up a 10-gallon spill of it once. Gets you right in the back of the throat and makes your eyes sting. Must be the ammonia, says Fred. Huh. Well, maybe it's just me, Fred, but I love the smell of ammonia in the morning. David texts, I got 3 A-levels, English, Geography, Chemistry and History, but I failed maths. Oh, my God. Another listener with material. Oh, no. Oh, I am in pain. The show's barely even started yet. I got 3 A-levels, English, Geography, Chemistry and History, but I failed maths. Oh. I'm going to have to take a call. I need to lie down already. I need a cold compress. Hitchin. Hello, David.
How you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
I've got it right this time. Yes. Last time we talked about was the vapors and that telling. Anyway, right.
What?
My dad. Sorry.
Yes?
last time we spoke, we was talking about the vapours.
Oh, yeah. What, you've got a fit of them?
Anyway, I have. I've just banged my knee.
Ouch.
Tell me about it. No, I'm telling you about it.
Right.
Anyway,
get on with
I was supposed to be going... get on with it, yeah. I was supposed to be going to a beer festival today. My dad's 81. We went there, and in the local paper, and there's no beer festival. He's got the dates wrong. It's next weekend. Anyway, so we turned up there. We arranged. We ended up having in the hotel having a few drinks. And anyway, question for you, Nick.
Yes.
See if you can get this right.
What? This is this is like a quiz now.
Yeah, we turned it into a quiz. If that's okay with you, sir.
No, it's not okay with me. What's your question?
Okay, right. My question is, where does that daylight robbery go? You was talking about something before.
Oh my God, you're all over the place.
Booze.
Could be responsible, but I'm not entirely sure.
Right.
Where did daylight robbery come from? Is that what you're asking me? Right. Okay. I'll look that up. I mean, you could look it up. Do you have the internet where you live?
No, I know the answer to it.
Well, what is it?
It comes from when they used to brick up the houses. It was like a tax back in the days.
Oh,
right. What is it? I've cut to the chase.
The window tax.
Yes.
Yeah.
But back to the vapours. I know you're not going to do any homework, but a really good version on YouTube, the Vapours remix, extended version. It's well worth a listen to.
Okay.
Can you tell me something then, Nick?
No.
Can you tell me something?
Yeah, no, probably not. This is another question now?
No.
But you want me to tell you something, but it's not a question?
No, just tell me... what I wanted was, you know, your samples that you got there, like you press and the cow sound and all that, and all the rest of it.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Bye-bye.
0345 6060 973. We don't take requests. Do I sound like Anne-Marie Minhall to you? Jet tweets, call me a conspiracy theorist, Nick, but I reckon Banksy is a Tory plant that's been using their art to send the prices of property into the atmosphere. There's no theory behind their art. Stop it, says Jet. They're just jokes. I mean, some of them are better than others, but they're just jokes. They're cartoons, like the Mac cartoon on the front page of the Telegraph. The difference being, with Banksy, you just sort of go, yeah, that's right. But with Matt on the front page of the Telegraph, you do occasionally laugh out loud. He's funny. That's the difference. Only one of them is described as art. Buster tweets, my local shop is already selling milk, flour and eggs. For goodness sake, Pancake Day isn't until next March. Stop with the jokes, people. Paul says, the illustrious Red Brick Russell Group member University of Leeds has a stoner building. They're not even trying to hide it.
Want to score some pot?
A stoner building. Really? Do they really? Okay. You know, it's bad news about universities. You know, as though the kids haven't suffered enough. When you finally leave the family home and go out into the world, how tremendously exciting. You're going to go to university and you're going to meet your significant other. Yes?
No.
No, because you won't be able to see who they are. More than half of the Russell Group universities are insisting that students wear face masks at all times while inside buildings, including during lectures and seminars.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Of the country's leading 24 institutions, 13, including all of Oxford and Cambridge, say that face coverings must be worn, despite this no longer being the legal requirement in England. They just have to suffer and suffer and suffer. The remaining 11 members are either strongly encouraging, asking or recommending that students wear masks at all times while indoors. Which is tricky, because how are students going to tell who's hot and who's not? I mean, that's partly why you go there, right? 16 Russell Group universities still require students to book library desks in advance due to stringent social distancing measures, meaning study space is limited. Why? You can go to a restaurant and they don't put like a blank table in between you and the next people. They used to. In like full-on lockdown, they were doing that. But not no more. So why do students still got to suffer this? I mean, it wouldn't have affected me one way or the other. I mean, I think I went to the library in the 4 years I was at university about 3 times. And that was to go to the loo. So it would have been just fine for me. And as you would expect, all of that and the possibility of online lectures is putting some school leavers off going university this year. Apparently record numbers of students are choosing to defer their studies. Well, they could go on a gap year travel around the world. No, they could hitch around Europe. They could stay in and watch TV. Staying in and watching TV. Painful. Gavin Williamson is the Education Secretary. Can you believe that?
No.
Gavin Williamson warned that higher education institutions should return to face-to-face teaching unless there is an unprecedented reason not to. But it's not really face-to-face if you can't see their faces. Is it, Gav? That's a no. Molly Kingsley, the co-founder of the parent campaign group Us For Them, said, once again, this looks like the penalisation of young people that is disproportionate and potentially damaging, and which goes beyond what the vast majority of adults are now doing. That's right. Kids seem to be under special measures. She says, these are the students who have taken a real hit to their education and socialisation, and yet we think it is appropriate to further impede. And that's it, isn't it? Adults have had a pretty bad time of it, but we don't tend to yearn to go out. I mean, I used to, in my 20s, have to go out till all hours doing the disco dancing at least twice a week, or I didn't feel alive. Now you couldn't get me out of the house to go to a club if you sent a JCB digger round. But the kids haven't been able to mingle for 18 months. And when they finally get to go out and leave the parents and go off into the world to university, they're still not allowed off the leash. Claudia texts, if Meghan Markle can write a masterpiece called The Bench, of course all kids are A-star students. You don't write for the Daily Mail, do you, Claudia? I love Meghan Markle for the specific reason that she has an ability to rile the right-wingers like nobody else I can think of. They just can't stand any part of her. From the top of her hairdo to the tip of her tippy toes, they can't stand anything about her. Just the very thought makes them scream. They can't express themselves. They're so furious with that woman. That's why I like her. I don't care what she does, what she says, or how much money she makes, or whether she's stolen our little Harry puppy dog. Poor Harry. Even evil Cruella de Markle stolen our precious Harry. I don't care about any of that. I just delight in her ability to infuriate those on the right. They're fit to explode. They hate her so much. They hate her even more than they hate Jeremy Corbyn. You remember Jeremy Corbyn, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. Oh, speaking of him, he comes up every time one of these anti-vax and protest marches goes on because he has a brother. Not that he has anything to do with it, but he's got a brother who has. A huge anti-vaccine passports march took over central London today as demonstrators waved large placards protesting about the documentation that doesn't yet exist. Activists flocked to Parliament Square, Whitehall and Piccadilly Circus to pressure the government into ruling them out for good. Well, you better do it now because once that bill goes through, Priti Patel's going to slap your legs in irons. The march, organised by the anti-lockdown group Official Voice, was believed to have been directed against vaccine passports and jabs for children. Today's London rally saw protesters team into the city centre with placards and printed tops calling for vaccine passports to be abandoned. Meanwhile, hundreds descended on Glasgow city centre for a Scottish independence march that was then hijacked by anti-vaxxers. Two marches collided. Jeremy Corbyn's brother Piers, see, his name always comes up. He led the takeover of the Scottish March as he called for an end to coronavirus vaccines. Piers Corbyn said, you know, the usual. Hundreds as earlier turned out for a Scottish independence demonstration with Saltire and Yes flags streamed across George Square. Does the Chucky Wellington statue still have a traffic cone on its head? Yeah, I think it probably does.
Yes.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, it had 12 traffic cones, all piled up on top of each other on the Duke's head, and one on the horse's head. That's a pretty sterling achievement, really. So there was the Scottish independence demonstration and an anti-vax demonstration, and the two merged in the city centre for a cosy chat. The Scottish Independence Movement campaign organised the Yes March in a bid to draw attention to getting Scotland out of the UK. And Piers Corbyn was joined by fellow followers of Resistance GB group. So that was here. Meanwhile, in France, they're really upset. I can't believe that France is being more authoritarian than this regime. I suppose give them time. Tens of thousands of anti-vax pass protesters took to the streets in Paris for the fifth successive weekend against the new rules, which are that in France you need the health pass, a vaccine passport, which essentially makes vaccination mandatory if you want a life. You've got to show that you've had the vaccine or you've recovered from the virus to go to a cafe or a restaurant or a bar or even travel on a train. You believe that? It's billed as the key to emerging from the pandemic and avoiding further lockdowns. But they don't go for that kind of thing in France. Protesters say that the policy encroaches on basic freedoms expected by the French. From this week, citizens have been required to show the vaccine pass in public places, proving that they've been vaccinated or have recently been tested negative for the coronavirus. I can't believe that France is ahead of us on this. You know, what with the authoritarian bent of the current regime. Ain't that right, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
They have to show their pass to go into a restaurant, to get a drink, to go on a train. And with testing set to be no longer free from October, many in the French were just shrugging their shoulders, going, you know, like they do. And they just went to vaccination centres in order to get the pass to be able to carry on with their lives. From Monday, this health pass is going to be needed to go to a restaurant or a cafe. It doesn't even matter if you're eating outdoors. And it will be obligatory on intercity transport, including high-speed trains and domestic flights, although it won't be needed on metro systems and suburban transport. What sense does that make? That's ridiculous. Why not? About 237,000 people turned out today, I suppose. Today in France. Which was considerably more than was recorded the weekend before, which is very odd because in France everybody drops sticks and goes off in August. They just disappear. But not no more. Furious they are, chucking paving stones at gendarmes. I'm just amazed that they've done it before we have. Maybe I got it completely wrong about Boris Johnson. Yeah, very much doubt it.
Oh my God, I was snoring there. I've been waiting and waiting. I only phoned too much.
Are you kidding me? You've only been waiting 8 minutes.
I've only been waiting to moan at you, and I've just Googled what I'm moaning at you for, and it turns out I'm wrong anyway. I was phoning you just to say no, not no more.
Not no more.
Not English. No, it's not grammar.
No,
and you're talking about it.
No.
No, not no more. Yes.
No, not no more. And because one should really say no, not anymore. But apparently both are grammatically correct. So I'll just leave you to that. But I just want to ask you also, what is your topic of conversation today? You're losing me. I'm trying to keep up with you as what you're going to be talking about. You're waffling on, and I hate, no disrespect, I hate all these noises. Is that your idea?
Or is that the man in the control room that's doing all those buttons?
Bobby, I think you're listening to the wrong show. That's my advice to you. Go listen to another show. You'll be happier listening to another show. Maybe you should go listen to another show, Bobby. Or you could maybe go for a walk or stare out the window. Take the dog for a walk. Make yourself a cup of tea. Have a nice piece of cake. Treat yourself. You deserve it. God, another one of these people. Oh, I heard something on the radio and it wasn't to my specific requirements, so I want it changed. Dear BBC, I'm watching Match of the Day and I don't like football. Can you take it off, please? Because I'd rather not reach all the way over for the remote. Simon texts, Nick, in defence of Brunel University, which is where I went, my best mate went there in the I was bemoaning that what Brunel University looks like. When I went, it used to look like a chemicals factory. Absolutely hideous. I mean, it did have some brutalist buildings that did look pretty impressive, but overall, it looked like a plant. You know, like some heavy industry. Something dreadful was being made there. It's actually one of the places that they used in Clockwork Orange. In fact, I think that the bedroom that I had at uni was the exact same bedroom that they used in Clockwork Orange. It comes and goes pretty quick, but it's the same furniture, same view out the window and everything. So there's some, if you like, brutalist architecture. It did look as though one of the buildings just dropped in from space, like an alien spaceship. Pretty good. Other than that, harsh. But somebody on yesterday said that they've spent, like threepence halfpenny, and now it looks great. I seriously doubt that. But anyway, Simon says, Nick, in defence of Brunel University, my best mate went there in the late 1980s, and it was without doubt a beacon of academia, even if it did look like a concrete jungle, but was up there with the big boys of Oxford and Cambridge. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. He says he currently resides in a £5 million house in Hampstead, so it couldn't have been that bad. Couldn't have been that bad. Wow. You didn't go to Brunel University or Oxford or Cambridge, did you, Simon? Currently resides in a £5 million house in Hampstead. It's like that. Like that has anything to do with anything. He won the lottery. Stu texts, Nick, the internet is good. Today I learnt something. Geese fly in a V formation. I found out from the internet the reason why one leg of the V is longer than the other. It's because there are more geese in the longer leg. Isn't the internet marvellous? No. No. If that's what you learned from the internet, Stu, then the internet is not marvellous. The reason why one leg of the V is longer is because there's more geese in the longer leg. Really? Huh. The stuff you learn on this show, it's like an education, ain't it?
No.
Not really. County Durham. Hello, Sean.
Nick, mate, this is doing me head in, right, mate? Why isn't Banksy not being brought up to justice for breaking the law?
I don't know why that people are perpetuating this notion that nobody knows who he is. I think that people know exactly who he is. I mean,
well, somebody's got to be giving them a lift to these stupid walls.
People know exactly who he is. I think, wasn't he unmasked a good long while ago? People in the art world know who he is. It's sort of pretense. He has been identified. Why are people pretending that they don't know who he is still? Because that's part of the brand, isn't it? This mysterious figure that just, comes and goes in the night. Nobody who he is. Nobody knows who he is. Isn't it exciting?
Do you not think he's breaking the law, like?
Of course he is.
So how's he getting away with it, like?
Because people have been persuaded that it's art, whereas to my eyes it just looks like cartoons. It's a joke. Each one is a joke. Some are funnier than others, and that's it.
It could be one of the Tory parties, one of the Tory... Could be Boris Johnson.
Well, no. Somebody slightly more svelte than Boris Johnson. I think he's a bit lighter on his feet than Boris Johnson. No, it ain't him. But I'll keep my eyes out, and I'll let you know if I find out to the contrary. Thanks a lot, Sean. This text says, I can't believe that woman a little while ago. Oh, I was snoring. Yeah, you sent me to sleep. And I don't like your... because you haven't got a topic. And I don't like the sound effects. Thanks for calling. God. Some people, eh? I mean, how self-centered do you have to be to think that you can call a radio show or a TV channel or write to a newspaper or anything like that and say, I don't like what I'm looking at or hearing at this moment. I want you to change your entire business to my precise specifications. And she sounded old, too. I mean, like, way too old to be that self-centered. Amazing. People just continue to stun me on a daily basis. This says, how the hell did beings from other worlds find us, seeing that the Earth is a speck of dust within an infinite universe? Well, it's probably the racket we're making. We do make quite a lot of noise, don't we? I mean, you could hear that several planets away. Helen tweets, I was in Costco last week and they had Halloween items everywhere. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. She says, I thought this was a bit early, but your photo beats me. Now, I did post a photo on my Twitter feed yesterday of a shop window display with a Christmas tree in it and a sign that said, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. No, it isn't. It's August. Stop doing that. She says, also in the Paris Olympics, break dancing will be one of the new sports. Yeah, well, it won't. It may be an event, but it's not a sport. Break dancing is not a sport. No kind of dancing is a sport. Well, ice dancing, maybe, but they don't call it that. Break dancing. It's like it's 1982. It's not November, it's not October, it's not December, and it's not 1982. Stop playing with the times. And this... oh, no, I've done that. How the hell did aliens from space find us? Well, how did they get here? More to the point. In those cigar-shaped tubes. They look like Tic Tacs. Okay, what are they then? I mean, if like highly trained American pilots... And some other thing came up, it was in the news today, but some pilots had seen some green thing. I mean, these aren't idiots. These aren't people that just take drugs and see things. They're flying a plane, for crying out loud. So if they don't know what it is, what is it? I thought there was going to be this great reveal. And people were, on the edge of their seat, frothing with excitement, and then they released all of this information, and there was no information that we didn't already know. So, like, here's a couple of fuzzy videos of something that zips about, looked too small to have anything in it, but it could be a drone. And with all the technology that we have at our disposal, with the billions and billions, trillions of pounds of military hardware that was pointing at it and filming it and analysing it, we've got still absolutely no idea what it was. Frustrating. And Matt texts, these are all from yesterday. I'll get to the today ones in a minute. He says, you can see the steam, we were talking about steam locomotions, and I gave you some very, very helpful advice. If you learnt nothing else from yesterday's show, then you will have learnt nothing else from yesterday's show. But it was a valuable lesson to learn. And Matt obviously didn't learn it at all. He says you can see the steam loco if you lean out of the doors with slide-down windows. You can do that on the old carriages. Yes, Matt, you can. But, as I said, explained quite specifically, don't do that. For fear of getting your eyelids full of boiling hot charcoal, because that's what is in the smoke that comes out of a steam locomotive. It's baking hot. And if you're in one of those old carriages and you, as I did, look out the window, one of those slide down windows, and you look ahead, because otherwise it just feels like you're in a train. You don't feel like you're in a steam locomotion, steam train. You just feel like you're in a train. Could be being pulled by anything. So you look ahead and you get a face full of red-hot ash, which goes in your eyes, and you can't go to the loo to flush the hot ashes out because you're stuck in one of those single carriages. There didn't used to be any corridor that you could walk the entire length of the train. You were stuck in there. So you weren't listening to a single word I said, Matt. You deserve everything you get. Swansea, Crispin.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick, yes. Well, I've just thought that I'd tickle your fancy with a bit of a staycation down at Swansea. I mean, you wouldn't believe it.
Are you sucking a lozenge?
Well, no, I was just finishing my rich tea biscuit.
Oh.
Generously provided by the co-op lady who was having a couple of dunking her biscuits.
Dunking, right.
Well, dunking's very popular down here. There's quite a few people who like a bit of a dunk.
Yes.
You find a lot of dunkers on the beach this time of year.
You certainly do, yeah. In lorry laybys as well.
All over the shop. Yeah, that's right. But we don't want to go up the lorry
lay-by.
No, we
don't. No.
No, we want to go to the beach, Nick, because that's where it's really happening.
I think that I've heard enough. I've heard plenty enough, Crispin. Anyway, what did you call about?
Nick, well, about the actual how everybody's turning into an artist, and Banksy was actually talking to me the other day. Well, I think so anyway. And I bought him an ice cream. He was so interesting. I said, are you that chap who goes around spraying that business or like graffiti and you get lots of money? He said, well, actually, look, hold this spray can. Don't tell anyone, okay? You could do me a favour.
Crispin. Yeah. Is this? Are we being set up for a joke? Yeah, I think so. Okay, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 606 973. Oh boy, I think the woodwork is squeaking and they're coming out tonight, all right. Keith tweets, thanks for checking out proper skateboarding. I used to love doing it, and it made me want to break my bones all over again in my 50s. And I bet I would still be good, and I would still mend just as quickly, wouldn't I? No. Probably not, Keith. No. Robert texts, today was the first sunny day in ages, but the farmers spread sewage all over the fields and it's too smelly to go out. Plus there's COVID in sewage, isn't there? You know what, there's urinals in the street here, just by Trafalgar Square. It's in a very bad place. Whoever put them there is an idiot. Because the road narrows and the pavement gets... At the pavement's narrowest point, they put big plastic urinals in the street. And I don't mean ones that you walk into and are shielded from the public. I mean, it's basically you peeing into a bucket in the street.
Disgusting.
And I hold my breath for at least 15 yards before and after. Because I heard just that there's COVID in sewage, and presumably in pee. Because as I've explained at length and in great detail, there is no way that you can pee into a urinal of any description without being covered in a mist of your own, And, by the way, mixed with everybody else's who has ever used the thing that you're using. You just don't normally see it because the light in a toilet is behind you. And just to quickly recap, because I have said this several times on the air, I did work in a place that had a toilet way high up that was obviously an office building. It was an office room that had been converted into a toilet. So it had a full-length window, but because it was so high, they didn't bother to, brick it up or anything. And the sun came in from the side, which it normally doesn't do. You don't normally get the light from the side when you're at a urinal. It's usually above and behind you. And only when the sun is coming in from the side can you see this mist that comes up from a urinal. You've got no idea. You're being covered in a cloud of it. And so presumably all the way for, at least 10 yards, I'm guessing, before and after, there's this special weather event of clouds of urine are forming to, create the world's worst thunderstorm. So I hold my breath for that very reason. And I try to get out of, a toilet. If it needs to get flushed, I try to be out of the toilet before the water starts cascading, because that will produce I've used this phrase many times before, much to everybody's horror. It's called a fecal flora cloudburst. That's right. When you flush the toilet, you get what experts call a fecal flora cloudburst. Think about that for a second. And it covers everything, which is why you must always, always, always put the seat down and the lid before you flush. Wow, this really is an educational program today, ain't it?
Yes.
Absolutely. Alan says, above 30 again, end of the month. So we'll all be back indoors, too hot, aha. One of those people who complains when it's too cold, complains when it's too warm.
Stop whining.
Just stop whining. The thing that the thing that happens while you're waiting for your life to begin is your life. West Midlands, Ranjit.
Hi, mate. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, when you're talking about weeing, and if you're wearing flip-flops and shorts and the bloke standing next to you is splashing you, you get totally covered in it, don't you? At least your trousers protect you for a bit.
When do you ever stand beside somebody who is splashing you, for crying out loud? Just move away.
Yeah, but you told him move away, and then you just...
Well, he follows you. You're in the wrong facility, Ranjit. Anyway, let's leave that behind. What else?
Yeah, leave it behind for a while, yeah. Anyway, this thing about Christmas decorations and that stuff in the shops, yeah?
Yes.
I've been studying this for years and years and years, yeah? The people who are pretty dim, yeah? Okay. It's a distraction for them. Ooh, let's think about buying stuff for Christmas now, right?
Not in August, though. I mean, it's way too early. I mean, September's too early. October, you can just about get away with, I suppose, if the shopkeeper's desperate, but not August. Come on.
Yeah, the people who have maxed out their credit cards already, yeah? It's a distraction for them, right? To start thinking that they're living the high life, yeah? And they're going to get some more credit cards, yeah? Max them out. And then they're going to go to debt society people saying, I can't pay my bills, I can't pay this, I can't pay that, and start crying. Right? It's a clever ploy. It is. You agree with me?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's a distraction. Yeah, it's a distraction from people who have overspent on their credit cards already, and it's not even Christmas yet.
Yeah, that's it, right? So people forget about that the red bills are coming, yeah? And then
the thing with the credit card is it doesn't really seem like you're spending any money, especially this boop and go thing. That is actually positively, definitely evil. That is a method of getting people to spend way more than they would have done if they were spending actual real life cash money. When you have to hand over cash money at the till, then you know that you are spending. And you also tend to run out. I mean, unless you go out with hundreds of pounds in your pocket, you're going to run out, aren't you? Then you really know that you've been spending. But when you've got a credit card and you just flash that and go, then it doesn't really feel like you're spending any money at all. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Also, if you go to the cash point and you've got no money in there, you can't withdraw any out.
Yeah.
But you can go and spend £45 by just flashing your card,
right?
Which means for the next paycheck, yeah, you're going to be £300-400 down anyway.
Yeah, before you've even got it, yeah.
Before you got it, so you're in a continuous loop, yeah.
You're under a continuous cloud of debt, which is exactly where they want you to be.
It's about control, and these people don't understand. And I try to explain to my friends and everybody, right? Yes, credit cards are a useful thing, as long as you don't pay any interest on them.
Yes,
yeah?
As long as you pay the entire amount every month. And I speak as somebody who has never paid the entire amount every month until just recently. I have attained financial nirvana. I now use just one credit card where I used to use maybe 15 and just balance them all, put the amount from one to the next, like an idiot. And but now I've weaned myself off it.
You've got to wean yourself off it because these people are out there to get you again and again and again. Right?
Once you're under, it's almost impossible to get back out because the interest rate is unbelievable. How can credit card companies get away with an interest rate of between 20 and 30%? I mean, even the mafia don't charge that much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the thing is, Nick, because if you're going to be vulnerable and fall for it, there's a market out there for you. Yeah. There's an idiot born every day, and these people are looking for that idiot, right? And the thing is, honestly...
I think statistically speaking, there's more than one. But anyway.
You know what I mean, okay? The thing is, though, these people got a very bad false sense of security, and it's normally the people who haven't got money, and the people who have got money, entice these people into doing that.
Well,
I mean,
by flashing their exotic lives on the World Wide Web. That's what social media is much of. People sending pictures up the internet of themselves on a private jet with, a glass of champagne in their hands on the way to somewhere exotic. And you think, yeah, I want that life too. I want that life too. But you can't have it. Have you seen the poll? Oh, there's been a couple of polls taken just recently, and they're quite interesting. I'll come to that in just a minute. RJ texts, Nick, did you say that your birthday is on the 22nd? Yes, I did. He says, I'm 61 on the 25th. I don't feel old, though. I only feel 35. Sadly, I do look 61, says RJ. Yeah, well, I know what you mean. I mean, I looked 30 when I was 40, I looked 40 when I was 50, and now I'm 60, I look like an Egyptian mummy. Neil texts, Nick, a heat wave? No, that means more flip-flops on parade, the sheer hell. Stop wearing flip-flops, people, unless you're on a beach in Australia. Kath texts, Nick, I tried to sit out in the garden this afternoon. I didn't even manage 5 minutes. I had to go back inside and turn the fire on. It was flipping freezing. I heard some geese fly over my house today. I presume they're flying south for the winter. Stop saying things like that. It's not winter yet. We've still not started summer, crying out loud. Let's have Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. Nick, I was wondering how many people realise that in both A-levels and GCSEs, teachers' assessments of grades is based only on the parts of the syllabus that they've actually taught.
Yeah.
Yeah, their assessments are not based on the whole syllabus.
Right. So if they taught them nothing, then they automatically get an A star.
Yeah. So with this, how can Williamson stay on as Education Secretary? He's a fly salesman, right?
How did he get it in the first place? I mean, it's just embarrassing. That guy.
Yeah, and he set fire to our once well-regarded exam system. He's a pyromaniac.
He set fire to it.
Can we get a container, please?
I think you'll find that we have the best exam system of any other country in the world.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
It really is a cabinet of no talents, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's an extraordinary collection of people.
Yes, it's a comedy of errors.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway,
it would be funny if it wasn't so serious. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Vance. 0345 6060 973. Yeah. Can you believe that? The kids are graded only on what the teacher taught them, and of course there hasn't been any teaching to mention. Not much. So I think I'll talk on, what is your name? You get a star. Natasha says, Boris has spent his entire life trying to level up. I don't know what that means. But the people don't think that he's doing a very good job of that. Here's the poll. According to the Ipsos Mori poll for the Standard, Boris Johnson is struggling to break through with his flagship levelling up agenda, which is ridiculous on many counts. I mean, first off, he's only just begun, and especially since the dear leader has been delivering as a world-beating test and trace system. A bodge.
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up. You're never going to get it. How could the dear leader have already performed the miracle of levelling up? since the Conservative Party they can't simply just wave a magic wand and undo in a few short months the damage of the past 11 years of Labour misrule under the disastrous premiership of Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, that's right, it wasn't Labour, was it? It wasn't Uncle Jezza. It's been with us for 11 years now. It was the very same party that's saying that only the Conservative Party can correct the results of the policies that the Conservative Party has been imposing on us. That makes sense, doesn't it?
No.
Of course it bloomin' well doesn't. They're the same people who got us into this mess. We have the worst income level per head of population than any country in Europe. Did you know that? But we aren't poor as a country, though. So that means that we also have the worst distribution of wealth than any other country in Europe. And that is precisely because we have been ruled by the party that's funded by billionaires. I think the greatest thing that the Tories, a party of millionaires funded by billionaires, have achieved is that they have somehow persuaded the poor that they have their best interests at heart. Despite the poor knowing what it's been like these last 11 years. And the poor blame the Labour Party for it, as those two dopes on a boat could attest. You remember that video? Painful. I think that was the Batley and Spen by-election, wasn't it? Two dopes on a boat were blaming absolutely everything that had gone wrong in their local manor on the Labour Party, despite the fact that it was the Conservative Party that's been in power for the last 11 years that was responsible for every single thing that they were complaining about. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. I'll get into the details of that poll in a bit, but first here's a call in Manchester. Hello, Louise.
Oh, hi there, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Hello. Right, yeah. A call out to Ken Loach, a call out to Jeremy Corbyn of Hurrah Hooray, and 13 million has gone missing under Keir Starmer from the Labour Party, and he's lost loads of members.
13 million? What?
Yeah, funds. The funding has gone down. The money that Jeremy Corbyn actually fought hard to get, financing to the Labour Party, it's all been squandered.
Squandered?
Yeah, I know.
I'm just repeating what you're saying with a question mark on the end. What do you mean squandered? We squandered £13 million on what?
Well, you'll have to ask the present incumbent.
Well, he hasn't bought anything. I mean, he's not going around in a roller or a yacht. How's he spent 13 million quid?
Who knows? Anyway, I rang in actually, and I wished I was in Glasgow. Last time I was in Glasgow, I saw about 4 cones on the head of the said statue.
Yeah, the Cheeky Wellington.
The Cheeky Wellington, yeah. Anyway, I rang in about Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, goes from sublime to sublime, doesn't it? Anyway, Tolkien's masterpiece. Who are we going to get in the lead roles in Tolkien's work, do you think?
You're talking about the TV programme they're making?
Yeah. And what's it going to be?
That's just relocated to... are they going to Ireland or England? I think it's England, isn't it? Maybe. Because they were filming it in New Zealand, but New Zealand is being run by a person who's quite keen not to have all their citizens die of the invisible menace. So they've got this strict lockdown there. Nobody in, nobody out, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So we're going to have lots more people jetting in and, sound crew and, you know how it goes, don't you?
If we don't have people jetting in, then this country is going to go belly up. I mean, we depend so much on tourism and the tourists just ain't coming no more. And I can't imagine that they will in a short period of time, because we pretty much missed summer. So they ain't going to come in autumn for fear of the, of getting it. And they don't come over winter anyway. So every business, every gallery, every restaurant and bar and hotel, all the hotels, they're all going to have to wait till next summer. I don't think they're going to make it.
Well, I'm just dreading this latest and seeing how they're going to couch it, because... oh my God, I don't know. I mean, and I'm looking as we speak at something that Theo McCallum sent me when I wrote to him quite a few years back.
Who?
About Sir Ian McCallum, who played Gandalf in Candia.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You shall not pass. Yeah, that bloke.
That's the one. And he's lit by, all these rays of sun behind him, and all the rest of them are sort of like in the forest of Mirkwood, and they're sort of bending saying, who's Harry? Oh, I've come back as a...
Louise, I'm hearing a noise from you, but not really detecting any words. It's just a noise. You're running all your words together. Take a breath. Calm down. What is it you're trying to say?
Well, I'm just concerned about Lord of the Rings, really, because I don't want it messed about with.
Right, okay.
Because we have so much messed about in this country. I don't want it to go to Lord of the Rings.
Okay, well, you have the option of not watching it. Thanks, Louise. They do appear to be making a TV series of Lord of the Rings, and they're saying that it's going to be the most expensive TV show ever made. And I don't doubt that for a minute. I think the previous one was... the thing with the ice people and the big wall. And John, what's it? What was that called? Quickly, I forget. Oh, that's ridiculous. What was that called? With the ice people and, he's dead. Oh, no, he's not dead. That thing. And the Red Wedding. What was it called? Not Lord of the Rings. What? I bet my glamorous assistant knows.
Game of Thrones?
Game of Thrones is the right answer. You win a major prize. Major prize is not... available. Game of Thrones. Yeah, that's right. And since Game of Thrones was such a massive hit, all they wanted to make was programs that looked like Game of Thrones. Nobody in TV has got any ideas anymore. They just have flat out of ideas. They just come in with, I'm going to remake the thing that was a hit last year. And so Lord of the Rings is about as close as you're going to get to Game of Thrones, so they're going to make that into a TV programme. And I have low expectations. I can't remember anything that was made from a film into a TV series that was actually any good. Was there anything? I mean, Fargo, I stopped watching that fairly quickly. That was not particularly good. It was a great film, but not a very good TV programme. Television series that are made from films are usually rubbish. The other way is not necessarily the case. I mean, films that are made from television series can often be quite good, but I don't think it really works the other way. Can't think of a single one. Pamela tweets, Nick, I'm in Alicante and it's too hot to go out. Be careful what you wish for. Well, what I'm wishing for is an in-between temperature, in between what we've got and what you've got, Pamela. I mean, something about the 80s would suit me just fine. 80 during the day, 70 at night. Why can't I have that? I pay my taxes. Phil tweets, I used to really enjoy seeing old farm tractors from the last century. This is another joke, isn't it? I can tell it is before I even read any further. No. No.
No.
I will not go there. Cambridgeshire. Maurice.
Yes, indeed. Hi, Nick, yes. Exam results.
Yeah.
How have we got exam results? There were no exams. We've got the whim of people.
Yeah.
And the kids that the teachers didn't like have got a bum deal here.
I expect that's exactly right. I mean, how could a teacher put aside everything that they know about a pupil and dispassionately mark them regardless
impossible.
of... It is impossible, yeah.
Impossible.
It's asking too much.
That is my point entirely in this. And Williamson, he was... the mumbling, useless defence secretary, and why did they put him into education? What education has he ever had?
I've got no idea. At least it wasn't this bloke.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Small Molsons. At least it wasn't him.
Aye, well, yeah, the Lionel Shifty of politics. Dodgy Dave. Would you ever trust a man with his eyes so close together and such a mean little mouth?
Well, I don't think his appearance has got anything to do with it, but no, in answer to that question, no. All right, thanks a lot, Maurice. 0345 6060 973. I've said that on the air before the results even came out. I thought, how could it possibly be that a teacher is going to put aside their feelings about each individual student and mark them all regardless of how they feel about them? I mean, even if they try, they're still going to have biases. Of course they will. They're human beings. They're not robots.
Affirmative.
So if you've got a favourite... No, well, flip that. If you've got some kid in the class that you really just cannot stand, then despite your best efforts, you will look less kindly on their mark than you would on, somebody who's a teacher's pet. Bound to. And that shouldn't be. I mean, I don't like the idea of exams as a way to determine who is or is not, the best in the class, the most able and fit, because it really is an ability to pass exams. But I can't think of a better way of doing it other than a combination of exams and coursework. Like constant evaluation, whatever that phrase is, permanent evaluation. That's what it should be. Unfortunately, they didn't get taught nothing over the past 18 months. I mean, some got taught a tremendous amount. Those that paid for it, of course, yes, and others not so much. Derek texts, according to the dingalings in America, Uncle Donny would be reinstated into the White House on the morning of August the 13th. Any news on this? No, not so far. Not so far. We'll let you know, if anything happens. I can't believe that bloke is still around. I mean, isn't he in jail yet? Let's have Annie in Carnforth. Hey up, Chuck.
Hey up, Nick. How you doing?
All right.
Good. Yes, I can't believe he's not in jail yet either. Well, that's not what I rung up about. It was just about the levelling up thing. I'm not surprised if a lot of people don't believe that. It's just a soundbite, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And, the amount of people who have lived through 11 years of the Tories levelling down policy, which has, just been hit so many different people. I mean, homeless people, there's thousands more of them. Disabled people and chronically ill people, there's 250,000 people have either had their benefits cut or...
Well, the exams thing is a perfect... Yeah, the exams thing we were just talking about is a perfect example of this. I mean, state schools got an A+, an A-star result in about 62% of cases, pupils. In the comprehensives, it was about 23%. Which sounds approximately, precisely where the Conservative Party would want it to be.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean... If you've got parents who've got money to send you to a private school, obviously you're going to do a lot better because they're really small classes, lots of extracurricular things that state schools just don't have the money to do.
Well, like teaching from home, for instance, like teaching at home, providing the kind of lessons that parents pay for. In the past 18 months, where comprehensives have been desperately scrabbling around trying to provide something. And private schools have been able to sail through unimpeded.
Oh, yes, and all the kids that go to private school will have, exactly all the right equipment and everything, all the right...
Yeah. They'll have space at home and they'll have hot and cold internet on tap and the computer power to use it and so on, tutors to help them and et cetera and so on.
So how many what was this poll? What was the results of this poll? What were the figures?
Well, you'll have to wait.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I haven't got time before the news at 11:30, but it's pretty much as you would have expected.
Ah, right. Yes. Well, yeah, I would have expected. But I mean, and the other thing that's really got me going tonight is the Labour Party, who I'm at teller's end with, although I'm absolutely not leaving because it's exactly what Keir Starmer, who is just being operated like a puppet by Peter Mandelson, has expelled has expelled Ken Loach, who has spent his whole life making wonderful films about dispossessed people, disenfranchised people.
I will not watch those films.
Oh, he's made some great films.
Oh, so depressing. I mean, I want to go to... if I go to the cinema and I spend however much, a ridiculous amount it is these days... I mean, usually if you go in the afternoon, you can get it cheaper, like $7.50 or something like $10 or something like that. I am not going to go there to see somebody's life that's more miserable than my own. I want to see explosions. I want to see car chases. I want to see £100 million worth of stuff destroyed on screen. I don't want to see people yelling at each other over the kitchen sink.
I think you need a bit of both. It's not just yelling at each other over the kitchen sink, is it? Ken Loach's films are about stuff that's going on. They're always political.
Yeah, misery. It's about misery. Misery. I'm not interested in misery. I want to be entertained.
Well, there's room for a bit of both.
No wonder there isn't. Not in my life.
We need to know what's going on, though. People just don't know what's going on. People don't know how people are being treated in the DWP.
If I want real life, I'll go hang out at the bus stop. I'm not going to go and pay to see it at the cinema.
Oh, well, good for you, though, but I like a bit of both.
Right. Yeah, no, not for me. No, thanks. It's a no from me.
No?
Yeah, no.
Still a disgrace that they've thrown him out, Ken Loach. You know, it's just... I really feel quite ashamed.
Well, I read all sorts of different things. I really don't want to get into that today. Maybe tomorrow if it comes up as a topic, but not today.
Oh, well, I'll ring tomorrow then if it comes up as a topic.
Yeah, okay. I'll look forward to that. You can you can correct me then.
Okay.
Right. Thanks, Annie. 0345 6060 973. Somebody says MASH. Yeah, as a TV program, a TV series that was made from a film. That's right. I think MASH went on too long. I mean, that's the problem with successful TV series. They do tend to go on, and it gets to be the law of diminishing returns. But it's so enticing because the money is there. You know, the longer a thing runs, the more the people that are in it earn. So the desire to keep going. But at some point, the scripts seem to just, they diminish, don't they? And it happened to so many series that go on and on and on and on and on. And American series, hit shows, they seem to go on for about 10 years, which is usually at least a year too much. And I think that was the case with MASH. But yeah, it was good. It was good. It was better in this country than it was in America. Because in America, and probably now here, if they are rerunning it on TV here, I'd be surprised if you couldn't watch it here on one channel or another. They add a laughter track. I mean, it's obviously not filmed in front of a studio audience because it's on film, on location. But adding a laughter track counterintuitively makes it not funny. It just sort of grates, particularly if you've seen it without a laughter track. So it was funnier in this country than it was in America, which is kind of strange. Laura tweets, word on the street is that Banksy is actually Neil Buchanan from TV's Art Attack. Right, well, I don't know who that is or what that is. Chris texts, Nick, are you missing doing your famous Trump impression yet? It's the only good thing about the Orange Menace. Yeah, I'm not missing it yet. And I don't think that it's been put away entirely. I don't think we're free of the Orange Menace like the shark in Jaws. He's gone out to sea, but he'll be back. Woking. Hello, Neil.
Hey, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah. As I was telling your glamorous associate, first of all, I'm absolutely just delighted to be hearing you. And you really should be on in the morning. And no disrespect to Nick Ferrari, but I'd rather go into work with a chuckle, you know?
Yeah, I think Nick Ferrari's position is... Yeah, but thank you, but Nick Ferrari's position is secure.
Oh, I'm sure of that, but it just really... I'm just laughing in the car, and it was like, wow, I'd really like to have this in the morning, you know, to go and work with a smile.
Well,
great.
You know what, Neil? You can, because this show is put out as a podcast. You can stick it in your car with the wonder of Bluetooth. And you can listen to it any time you like. Go ahead.
Excellent. Well, anyway, I was just going to touch on a couple of the subjects you had hit on. Like I was going to draw a couple parallels. The Tories and the Republicans, they've both managed to absolutely, bamboozle the public into thinking that, they're working for them.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great bit by Dave Chappelle, if you know that comic.
Yes.
He basically says, he's not working for you, he's working for me. I'm rich. It's like, nobody gets it. It's like,
yeah.
But there they are. Well, he's my president. That's Donald Trump. He's like, no, he's not, dummy. But, oh well. It's kind of like Bojo here. He's got the same charm. He's managed to snowball people.
We have the same thing on both sides. What's happening in America is happening here too. It's really quite alarming and astonishing in equal measure that poor people have been persuaded that the party of millionaires funded by billionaires is acting in their interests. How have they managed to do that? It's amazing.
It is amazing. I have no idea how they pulled it off, but damn if they haven't. They've captured that whole segment.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks that, that's our party. They're the guys.
And how would Donald Trump categorize that segment?
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, there it is in a nutshell.
Exactly, right. One other thing you brought up, the credit, the finance industry here. I've never seen anything as onerous as like the payday lenders and even the credit card companies. We have a thing in the U.S. called usury. They're not allowed to charge anything beyond 29.99% interest, which I know some people would kill to get that rate.
Well, yeah.
Because I've seen things like 63 and 85. Those payday lenders are like 1,400 or 1,600. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You cannot possibly get out of debt.
No, precisely.
You'd rather be let...
Which is exactly where they want you, paying off the interest rather than the principal. Yeah.
Of course, you never get out of it.
Never.
It's you're trapped forever.
That's right.
It's kind of like Benny the Bishop. Right. First we'll break your toes, then we break your fingers.
Yeah.
Come back with at least double that.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Neil. 0345 6060 973. So here's that poll then. I mean, how the Conservatives and the Republicans in America have managed to pull that off. That the party of millionaires funded by billionaires is going to act, has been persuaded poor people that they're acting in their best interests. I don't know how they managed it. I think that's why the Republican Party still are sticking with Trump. Despite, everything about him.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
And the Conservative Party are stuck with Bodger, despite, everything.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I think that's the reason why. That they've put somebody on TV who has got charisma. And it just puts the spangle in people's eyes, and they lose all sense of reality. I mean, it's just next-level genius, really. And in this country, I know that Brexit plays a major part, because the same party have also been able to persuade the poor that Brexit is in their best interests. And the fight back from the reality is a wonder to behold. I mean, Brexiters are tying themselves into knots to try to come up with ways to say that Brexit is a success. And are left with this sort of empty feeling that we are somehow free. But it's like saying that you should throw yourself off a cruise ship and its entertainment schedules and its meal times and its designated cabins to bob about on the ocean. Finally free to do what you want. Country overboard. So it seems both far too early to rate Bodger's levelling up fairy tales and also way too late. Because it's the same people that have been in power now as were in power that caused the problem that needs correcting. So this survey, this poll from Ipsos Mori, asked the questions about levelling up anyway, and the results will make Bodge and his light-fingered gang of reprobates feel lucky that they're all on holiday. 55% of Britons who expressed a preference said that the government is doing a bad job on levelling up. But it gets worse than that. because some Tory MPs in previously red wall Labour seats may have found that the love of the common people is far from guaranteed once you stop promising them fewer foreigners. Because 64% in the north of England say that the government is doing a bad job on levelling up. 55 overall, 64 in those precious north of England seats. I mean, it's hard to know what they were expecting. What were you actually expecting? I mean, did they think that the government would wave a magic wand and their towns would suddenly be better? Were they expecting riches to shower down upon them the moment that Bodge said that he was concerned for their plight? Well, newsflash, the only people that get showered in cash from this regime are those that have donated money to the regime, as Bodger will attest.
I can't comment on that.
In these unsteady times, donating to the Conservative Party is guaranteed to pay off at a rate that savings accounts could never match. It's the safest investment you can make, and unlike most financial investments, previous returns are indicative of future benefits. Everybody gets a prize wrapped in ermine. And all this could be yours for a low, low price of just £250,000 a year. On the positive side for Bodger and fishy Sunak, nearly 9 in 10 adults said that the government has done a good job in getting the nation vaccinated. Yeah, and that's true. But we've done a terrible job of sharing the vaccines that we have with countries that are poorer than us. Like a tubby little Etonian schoolboy, we barged into the tuck shop and bagged all the tuck for ourselves and then barged out again, leaving the shelves bare. I mean, other countries have been more generous with their vaccines, but we hoarded ours because Bodge wanted a good headline about, world beating. But like pollution, a virus doesn't respect borders. And until the world is vaccinated, we're just as much in danger as we ever are. I mean, the other day, some famed disease expert, an epidemiologist in America called Larry Brilliant, his actual name, he said the COVID-19 pandemic is actually closer to its beginning than its end, because only a small section of the global population had been vaccinated. And he's actually called Dr. Brilliant. So it doesn't really matter if we're ahead or, level with the most vaccinated countries in the world, because the human race is as safe as the least vaccinated country. Because if it's out there, somewhere, some new and exciting variant is going to get here eventually. I think people have, they've sort of, we get a bit weary of this virus thing, and because we've got a little bit of freedom now, not a tremendous amount, but a bit. It's almost as though people think, oh, well, that's behind us now. So it was a bit alarming to be brought up short by this Dr. Brilliant, who said what people didn't really want to read, that we're nearer the beginning of the pandemic than at the end. So this was, an unwelcome thing called real life intruding, and doesn't fit into a snappy three-word government slogan. But despite all this, despite the lies that we were told about how great Brexit would be, despite all that unravelling, and despite the knowledge that it's the Conservatives that have put people in this country where they are, and despite the fact that wages have stagnated under this government and gone down in a lot of cases, and despite the corruption and the deaths and the ravaged economy and the bare shelves and the ruined businesses, and despite the fact that the Tories have been in power for twice as long as Labour since the Second World War, and we've had nothing but them for the past 11 years, despite all of that, people still rate the Tories higher than Labour.
Oh, fabulous.
I actually think that we are addicted to pain in this country. We love a bit of it. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Edward texts, it's a good job you went to uni, Nick. It made you the man you are today. What do you mean by that? I'm thinking about being offended. Brian and Gavin email. Good evening, Nick. It's great to be listening to you while on holiday in Majorca. currently sitting on the balcony in 30 degrees heat. Yeah, thank you, Brian and Gavin, but we don't wish to know that. Robert texts, did you get the chocolate that Steve Allen stated that he left you? Steve Allen stated that he left me chocolate. Liar! No, he didn't. Where's my chocolate? I'm going to let his tyres down. I'd like to see Steve Allen change a tyre. Wouldn't you like to see that? 0345 6060 973. OK, I might not let his tyres down, but I'm going to put my sticky fingers, my fingerprints, all over his Bentley. You see if I don't. This says, what do you think about Ken Loach being chucked out of the Labour Party? Yeah, I've already discussed that at length. I don't have a strong opinion. Not on this show. Maybe tomorrow. Mike emails, seems Carrie hasn't ordered Boris to pardon Geronimo yet. This country has jumped the shark. I mean, everything that's going on, the businesses are falling on their face. I mean, we've got 130,000 dead. We've got this invisible menace, which is still among us, replicating itself into all sorts of exciting variants. We've got Brexit, which is unfurling, and the only thing that anybody can think about is something that looks like a shrunken camel. I am stunned. Beverly says, you cannot go anywhere in Italy without a green pass that shows you've had both vaccines. Restaurants, bars, supermarkets, anywhere. I'm amazed that we don't have that here. That if it's the case in Italy, I hadn't heard that. I know it's in France. But I am stunned that they appear to be of a more authoritarian bent than our current regime. Even Bodger can't believe it.
Yeah. Wait.
He's falling behind. So, back to this poll. I mean, seriously, how are the Conservative Party doing it? How? Explain that to me. I just don't get it. Still more popular than the Labour Party. I mean, the latest polling says that the Tories are on about 40% and Labour on 32%. Has this country been hypnotised? Is Yuri Spoonbender responsible? You know, and I know who it is that is responsible, because this poll made it very, very clear. I'll come to that in a minute. You're not going to like it. Let's have Glasgow. Hello, Frankie.
How are we doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Guess what?
What?
It's not raining in Glasgow.
Still raining in Glasgow.
It's not raining in Glasgow, Nick.
It's not?
It's one of the nicest nights I've ever had in Glasgow.
Now, hang on a moment. Just checking.
No, right, okay.
Well, yeah, cloudy and 52. That's not bad.
That's not bad. You don't my meteorology genius, no.
You know what? It's not going to rain for the whole of this coming week in Glasgow. Can you believe that?
Well, as I love you to bits when I went to my bed last night, and you came on and you gave me the weather forecast, and I thought, oh yes, because I know if it's going to rain, you absolutely milk it. So
yes.
I thought, we've not got rain for what, 8 days or something?
Yeah, it won't rain until maybe next Saturday.
But it won't rain for the rest of our lives.
I can't promise you that unless you move.
No, that's fair enough. No. What about these results that are getting dished out? Even Bodger could pass that.
Even
Bodge
possible could get an A star. Yeah, unbelievable, but true.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
What about Donny? Donny could get in. These results would make Donny kind of look like Aristotle, wouldn't
Well,
they?
yeah.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He is.
I was just about to say that.
You've got to trust him. Trust him when he says that. All right. Yes. All right. Thanks a lot, Frankie. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Not raining in Glasgow for a whole week. I can't believe it. Caroline says, it's interesting how differently each country has responded to the pandemic. I wouldn't have expected that. That what? You wouldn't have expected what? that each country would have responded to the pandemic differently, or be more clear, Caroline? Johnny says, "Hi Nick, in regard to the most decent drummers, my vote has to go to Mick Tucker of The Sweet. He kept his considerable skills hidden during their glam period, but brought them out to their fullest when their music got a little harder. He even had a drum-only track with their Desolation Boulevard album called The Man with the Golden Arm, a play on Bond." Well, I'm unfamiliar with any of that, but I do know The Sweet. In fact, I think I've bought pretty much every record that they... well, as a single, buying all of that Chinny Chap stuff. Wasn't The Sweet part of the Chinny Chap stable? Absolutely tremendous. The Mud, The Sweet, the Rubettes, even, say it softly, the Glitter Band. That's right, I said it. What? All of that good stuff. Marvellous. And it still sounds good today. I mean, I wouldn't want to listen to a whole album of it. Slade, right up there as well, of course. Yeah, I'll stand by all of that. I will. Rock and Roll Part 2, excellent, excellent song.
Rock and roll!
And I don't care who knows it. You have to separate the art from the artist. Otherwise, as I've said many times before, the walls of the National Gallery would be stripped of much of their work. Rickmansworth. Hello, Keith.
Hello, Nick. Like countless numbers of people, Nick, we love your show. But like Annie of Colmforth, we're also very disappointed in your approach to Ken Loach, who probably one of the greatest directors that we've produced in this country.
Oh, so depressing.
And, well, some parts of life are depressing.
Yeah,
and
I don't want to be entertained by being depressed.
It can be entertaining in a different way, but the whole point is that the Labour Party have exposed, in the New Labour, that's what they are, New Labour, have exposed themselves to be absolutely unfitted for opposition. And he has no chance of winning the next general election, Starmer. And that, with views like expelling people like Ken Loach, absolutely no chance whatsoever.
Well, okay, but I really don't want to get into it today. Tomorrow, perhaps, if the...
well, I'll ring again tomorrow, shall I?
If it comes up as a topic tomorrow, yeah.
I mean, it's to me, it's blatant. I mean, Annie is absolutely right.
You know, the problem with the left is that they continually fight amongst themselves. The right wing get in line, all say the same thing, and
but
act
we're all in line on this. Everybody.
And act as a unit in order to acquire or cling on to power. The left, meanwhile, have a massive punch-up amongst themselves, all fall in a major pile, and the right wing just step neatly over them into number 10.
Most people support what Annie of Colmforth said.
That's a ridiculous thing to say, Keith, because...
It's not ridiculous.
Of course it is, because most people don't support the Labour Party. I've just given you the actual figures. Most people still support the Conservative Party.
Yeah, but the whole point is that they will continue to support the Conservative Party until we have a decent opposition, and not a Mark II Tory party, which is what Starmer is.
But people say decent opposition, and they mean different things depending on who it is who is saying it.
Well, not a Blair opposition. We had Blair.
Right, but Tony Blair was the most successful Labour politician of his or any other generation.
He was successful as a Tory.
This is exactly why Labour will never win, Keith, because they just keep fighting amongst themselves.
They will win because there's going to be mass unemployment in this country. And when that happens...
And I tell you what, people will blame the Labour Party, or they'll blame the European Union, or they'll blame COVID, and they will not blame Boris Johnson.
The European Union or the Labour Party.
They can, and they do. Regardless of whether it's actually their fault, they blame them. Like those two dopes on a boat I was talking about earlier on. I think it was the Batley and Spen by-election. That an interviewer was asking them why they'd voted Tory for the first time in their lives.
close to being chucked out.
You know the one that I'm talking about, right?
I do know the one.
Right.
You're talking
Okay.
about, yeah.
And the interviewer said, so why did you vote Conservative now for the first time in your life? You've been Labour voters all this time. And they said, well, because the Labour Party have ruined everything about this place. They've cut the police numbers, and they've closed the police station, and they've cut the magistrates' courts, and absolutely everything about this place has been ruined by Labour, completely misunderstanding that it's the Conservative Party is who did it to them. So it doesn't matter what the truth is, people will blame the party that they want to, that they'll blame the party in order to maintain face. If they voted for the Conservatives because he's going to get Brexit done, then they will continue to do that. And the reason that they won't go to Labour is because the exact conversation that we're having now, Keith, is because the left will fight amongst themselves. It's a purity contest on the left. Hopeless, really. I mean, just get it together, people. Otherwise, you're going to be out of power forever. But as I said, Keith, I don't want to talk about it. George texts, hey, Nick, have you seen about the girl in Love Island who has a crush on Bozo? She says she loves his drive and ambition and, of course, the blonde hair. Should Carrie be worried? Says George. Carrie should not necessarily be worried about that individual exactly, but she should be worried. In general, I think she should be worried. Yeah. I mean, if she thinks... I'm sure that every woman that he has married... What's he up to, about 10 now? I think every woman that he has married thinks, I'm going to be the one to change him. He won't be playing around like that from now on.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, sure. How's that going so far, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Mike emails, you're right, Banksy is a cartoonist. He used to be a social commentator, but he's run out of material. Social commentator? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, in the broadest possible sense. I mean, he didn't really give us any unique insights, did he? Which is what makes me think he's just like a cartoonist. It's just a joke. You look at it, you get it in 1 second, and then you don't need to look at it anymore because there isn't any art there, really. I think Cold War Steve, in the same, not the same vein, but there's more or less the same sort of area. I'd say that he's a social commentator, and there's a lot more art in what he does, I think. That's just my personal opinion, which also happens to be correct. Edward says, for all we know, Uncle Jezza might be Banksy, or maybe it's Megan Sparkles. Yeah, thanks a lot, Megan Sparkles. You see what you've done? You've ruined walls.
No!
Hillingdon, Jesus. Yes, sir.
Yes, good night. I have
Good night.
a pleasure to listen to your shows and your wit and intelligent assessment of political and other issues, but I have some other thing to mention. This is astonishing to me, and there are like few countries like Great Britain, England especially, and United States of America, and perhaps Brazil, who keep electing the extreme capitalist parties, presidents like Bolsonaro, Trump, Boris Johnson, and so on. And despite huge amount of criticism in the media, in their countries, around the world, and nobody cares. But look, recently, Belarusian leader Lukashenko ordered to abduct whole Irish European Union plane to abduct Belarusian journalist who dared to criticize a ruling party or ruling president. There was Jamal Khashoggi, who from America criticized Saudi authorities. He was abducted, killed, and all sorts of terrible events in Saudi.
And we forgave the Saudis because they got a lot of money.
Yeah,
huge.
Plenty. Iranian journalists, other are hunted down.
But where's this? Hey, where's this going? Well, what's the point?
Criticizing. Yeah, my point is that in UK, in America, you can criticize the ruling conservatives, capitalists, Republicans, or Bolsonaro as much as you want.
So far.
You can tell how stupid they are, how that there are empty shelves, shortages of food, the inept policy about climate change, economy, whatever and nobody cares. The voters still ignore green parties, liberal parties, left-wing parties, and still vote for a free market capitalism that will solve automatically everything. Just give us the power, and we will sort for it.
Right.
So
okay. Well, don't express these opinions out loud if the police crime and sentencing courts bill comes to pass in this country, because Priti Patel will slap your legs as she'll stick you in a chain gang. But anyway, thanks a lot, Jesus. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, the 300-page police crime sentencing and courts bill. I think it's got a second reading in the Lords. You know, whenever they decide to get back to work, he said, in waggling his fingers in the air to denote inverted commas around the word work. It's a bill that seeks to criminalise serious annoyance, as in anything that the government doesn't like. I mean, they won't criminalise you to death, like in other countries, but you do have the opportunity to go to jail for 10 years. 10 years, if they don't like what it is that you're saying, or where it is that you're saying it, or the company that you're keeping while you're doing it. But again, I don't really want to talk about that either. Andrew texts, geese fly in a V formation so that, apart from the leader, they can sleep. They have a divided brain. It's called hemispherical sleep. What, you mean they can sleep with one side of their brain while keeping the other one operational and then switch? Wow, that's some clever ducks. Daniel says, I wonder if we find another intelligent life on another planet, how long do you think before they kick us a little closer to the sun? Yeah, quite possibly, yeah. Like a celestial a snooker ball will be pinged off towards the sun. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is probably why we haven't seen them in person. We've just seen those little floating objects. Is because they've seen what's gone on here, and they think, you know, it's all very entertaining and all, but they don't actually want to come and shake our hands or bump elbows, or I don't know if aliens actually have elbows. We could bump their elbows, and that could actually be their organs of reproduction.
Disgusting.
You just don't know, do you? Vince texts, can I be the first to wish you a Happy New Year? No, Vince, you can't. Not yet. We're not through summer yet. It doesn't feel like summer's started yet. Stop speeding up time. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Sevenoaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi there.
Mark.
I'd like to ask you whose votes you think Keir Starmer will lose if he makes having another vote on EU membership Labour policy.
God, you again. Do you ever think of anything else? You call this show all the blooming time, and the only thing you ever talk about is having another vote to re-enter the European Union. It's not going to happen. You must know that it's not going to happen.
Do you think he'll lose as a result? I mean, why isn't he supporting that?
Because he thinks that it's a losing issue, which it probably is. People just don't want to think about it. It's like the virus. We've had it up to our eyeballs with it. It's been year after year after year, and we just can't take it anymore. Can we talk about something else now, people think? I think it's got to the point that we don't care if we do die. We don't care if we get poorer. We don't care if we are unemployed for the rest of our lives. We don't care if they take their house. We don't care if they take our dogs. We don't want to talk about the EU anymore.
You keep moaning about the problems of being outside the EU.
Yeah. Well, I don't like to say I told you so, but I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. All of these things were telegraphed ahead of time.
Yeah, sure, but how is it consistent?
Except for in the
keep on
Telegraph.
moaning about it and not want to do anything about it. That's what I don't understand.
Are you kidding me? This is Britain. That's what we do for a living here, moaning about stuff and not doing anything about it. That's our national motto: mustn't grumble while grumbling. This sounds like a very unpatriotic call to me.
Well, how does he think people are going to vote for Johnson? Because they don't like Brexit. I mean, that seems strange to me.
They voted for Johnson because he said he was going to get Brexit done.
Yeah, but only a few people voted for him for that. And,
rubbish. The vast majority of nonsense. The vast majority of people that voted for Boris Johnson did so specifically because he said he was going to get Brexit done.
I don't mean the vast majority of people who voted for Boris Johnson. I'm talking about the majority of people as a whole. I mean, it's not just the people who are going to vote who voted for Boris Johnson who have a vote in the next election.
Yeah, but the majority, though, who voted for Boris Johnson are going to vote in the next election. The majority who didn't, who are younger, won't.
Well, if he gets a policy that might excite them, like, for example, having freedom of movement, then it might encourage them. I don't see who's going to change their vote against the left parties or the centrist parties if they have such a policy.
Here's the problem.
I don't see that anybody who is a Brexiter
please, Mark,
is going to vote for them.
Mark, stop droning on about rejoining the EU. It's not going to happen. I have this conversation with you on virtually a weekly basis, and we always come to the same conclusion. You say, "Oh yes, we will," and I say, "No, we won't," and that's the end of it.
But where is your evidence for this?
My evidence is that people who vote for Boris Johnson go to the polls. Older people is the problem. If indeed you do see this as a problem, it's old people. Old people vote. Young people don't in anything like the same numbers. Old people got us Brexit. Old people got us the Conservative government. It's old people. In fact, it's retired, non-economically active, retired people brought us Brexit and the Conservative Party, and they will win again next time because young people don't vote in anything like the same numbers.
So, going back to my question, whose vote is he going to lose by making that policy? Whose vote is he going to lose by?
I think that the people who voted for Boris Johnson this time round will re-solidify their opinion that he is their man if Keir Starmer comes out and says that we are considering rejoining the European Union. And what Starmer has to do is get those people back. So it's those people he will continue to find absent.
Well, first of all, my calculations indicate he doesn't have to get them back. All he has to do is get everybody else together.
Yeah. Well, what you mean is all he has to do is to get young people to go and vote. They won't do it.
Well, even just the people who voted last time against the Boris Johnson will be enough under the current situation.
No, it won't, because some of them will vote for Labour, some of them will vote for the Green Party, some of them will vote for the Lib Dems on the left. It will be split between those parties. On the right, there's only the Tories. So they will get all of the right votes, and we will get another minority Conservative government with a huge majority of seats, because that's the screwed up system that we run.
But Keir has been saying that he's thinking about
proportional representation.
A centre-left amalgamation in the next election.
Well, I don't know whether he is or he isn't. First he said he wasn't going to, and then he said he is going to, and I've got no idea where he is.
Well, I mean, that is my only hope, that the next election is going to go well.
Well, the only hope, if this is actually your hope, the only hope for a non-Conservative government next time around is if he does just that. But the Lib Dems are saying that they're not into... I mean, in Scotland, they actually said that they have no intention of working with the Labour Party at all, and that their best friends in the whole wide world are actually the Conservative Party that they're going to work with.
I'm not aware of that, but the Liberal Party in Scotland, I think, is not a large proportion of the entire electorate.
Well, no, it's not.
Because Scotland
it's a pretty outrageous... It's pretty... just there goes all hope, if that's what's going to happen.
The only hope I have with that is there's a small number of people.
Yeah, but you know what, Mark? We have experience of this because they entered into a coalition with the Conservative Party. They could have done it with Labour, but they didn't. They went with the Conservatives.
Yeah, I hoped they were going to do it with Labour, but the difficulty at that time was that they would also have to have done it with a number of other people, and
the left just can't get their act together because they keep fighting with themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that they should have had a go with Gordon Brown's government last time, but anyway, hopefully they've learned their lesson about that.
Yeah, right. Because that's what the left do, learn their lesson. No, they're still fighting now, and they'll be fighting from now until the end of time. It's a purity contest, whereas the right don't have any compunction about any of that. They don't have a moral problem with all getting in line and lying about the same thing.
Yeah, well, the other thing that intrigues me is I haven't heard the Conservatives say that a vote for Labour is a vote to reverse Brexit, although that's obviously a line they could take, given...
Well, not really, because Keir Starmer hasn't said that.
No, but given the fact that he would almost, if he became Prime Minister, it would be in a coalition, and given the fact that the other parties have a reputation as rejoiners, that appears to be a perfect line they could take, but they're not taking it now, which is why I'm taking it, because...
But why would they take it now? We don't have a general election at the moment. What would be the point of them doing it now?
Well, the point of them not doing it now is to let Labour think they can go along this line of trying to woo the former Red Wall seats and so on, and I think they're going to get nowhere with it because come the next election, this line will be brought out.
I think that the only way to get the Red Wall back is for the Red Wall to experience the magnificence that is Brexit. And when all their businesses fold and their jobs go to the wind and the fishing people... the experience that the fisher persons have had is more widely spread, then perhaps they'll think, well, maybe they've been had. But I wouldn't hold my breath. Mark, I've got to go. I feel the energy sapping out of me. So I have detailed files about who it is that is, responsible for all this. Because there was that poll that came out, a couple of polls actually, and it was educational reading. Do you feel like you would like to be educated? I'll assume that the answer is yes. But I'll come to that in a minute. First, a couple of things about steam trains. First, Phil tweets, steam trains, if you wear goggles, you can stick your head out of the window for as long as you want. That's a good idea. All you have to do is remember to take goggles on the train. The two things don't necessarily, occur to you simultaneously. I'm going to take a train ride. I must pack my goggles. But that would be good advice. Well done, Phil. Just don't open your mouth, because you'll get the same result. Glasgow. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Nick. Good morning to you.
Robert.
That fellow there just stole my thunder. It's about wearing goggles when you're on the train looking out the window. But a caveat to that, I was visiting my sister in Portland, Oregon, west coast of America.
Yeah.
And we went on a steam train, and in the actual carriage were 6 pairs of goggles.
Really?
Yeah, safety goggles to put on to look out the window to see the scenery. And the train stopped, and I was drinking sort of can of Coke, and I wanted to put the goggles on, looked out the window, and I heard the cows crossing over the track for about 25 minutes.
That's a lot of cows. Or they were very, very slow.
It was a lot. it was a lot of cows. And after we finished the journey, we were talking to the engineer, and he said that that's a regular occurrence with the farmers up there because it is farming country.
Huh.
So that's all I've got to say, Nick. Thanks very much indeed.
All right, thank you, Robert. Well, they have that thing on the front of a train. It's like this V, isn't it? They call it a cow catcher, but I don't think it catches them at all. I think it bounces them off and hurls them into space. Poor cows. Simon says, that is a very good idea. If only I had thought about that. Huh. And if they provide goggles on the train, then that's obviously something that is, commonly known. Experience it once and you never forget. If you're going on a steam train, take your goggles with you. Good advice. And emails, obviously aliens find their way to Earth by using satellite navigation. Here's a call in Ealing. Brett.
Hello.
Brett.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Brett.
Yeah, I was driving home tonight and I heard your discussion about COVID passports briefly. It's only a very brief point.
Yeah.
This has been something I've been following quite strongly since Boris's Freedom Day. It struck me... Well, first of all, let me just update you. It's not only the French that are introducing this. The Dutch are doing this. The Greeks are doing this. The Germans are doing this. The Israelis have gone back to it, having suspended it because they've got their COVID rates way down. Now going back up again with the Delta variant.
Yeah.
So they've reintroduced it back into their situation. Anecdotally, here in the UK, I regularly ask people, because I started venturing out to the pub recently, and to be honest, the youth don't care less one way or another.
Right.
But plenty of people of my age know that they're kind of playing Russian roulette by going into the pub. And when you ask them, what's your vaccination status? Never do I get a problem with it. It seems to be that there's this head of pressure built up from what's been discussed on the media and people like Eric Clapton's contribution that imply somehow or other that the majority of people are against this for the same freedom, I say that with a W in it, reasons.
Well, I have the proof in the palm of my hand that what you say is true, that the majority of people actually do back the passports and banning vaccine refusers.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I always say this, I've written to my MP about this, particularly because I was disgusted that the Labour Party decided to ally themselves with the extreme right wing of the Tory Party, who are the only idiots that believe in this. And it's the same around the world. Who are the people who don't believe it in America? Republican nutcase supporters down in the south and southern states.
You mean the dingalings? Those people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't believe, some of them don't believe it exists. Some of them don't think it's a serious disease. That sounds just exactly like the right wing of the Tory party. It's the same thing in France. The majority of those people you see protesting out on the street, by the way, in France, 70% of the population support Macron. The majority of the people that are demonstrating there, the reason why, you know what their political allegiance are?
Go on.
Le Pen's National Front.
Well, some of them are, yes. So there is an intersect, yes.
Yes, I'm not saying every one of them is, but there's a huge chunk of them are. That's why Macron has not worried about, because he's coming up for election in 2022.
Yeah.
If he thought there was a widespread against it movement within France, he wouldn't have risked it.
No, his backers, the people who support Macron, actually like the stance that he's taking.
Absolutely.
But as with much else, Brett, we are being led by those who shout the loudest. That's where we are at the moment. But leave
I believe in this country that the people that are shouting about no to COVID passports are young people. Not all young people, by the way. My young people don't think that.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are Brexiteers. Almost invariably the Brexiteers.
Right, but by Brexiteers, you mean old, retired people. Because it's retired people that brought us Brexit. If you take the votes of the retired out, we would not have left the European Union. If you take the votes of the retired out of the last general election, Jeremy Corbyn would have been the Prime Minister. It's retired people. Are you retired, Brett?
Right.
Are you retired, Brett?
Yeah, I am actually.
Guilty.
No, I didn't. I voted to remain. I'm not a stupid person.
Okay, then. Yeah. Well, let's not start. Let's be nice. Okay. So, according to a poll, Britain's. Now, keep in mind, this poll is what's the date? It's 2 weeks out of date. But I very much doubt that people have had a strong change of opinion. According to a poll, Britons overwhelmingly back vaccine refusers from being banned from carrying out their normal life. Exclusive research for Mail Online found that nearly 2/3 are in favour of barring those who have not received 2 jabs from nightclubs and football matches. A majority of those who expressed a preference said they'd be happy to see them locked out of pubs, restaurants, non-essential shops and public transport once the whole adult population have been offered the chance to get vaccinated. Wow. That's the readers of the Mail Online. I mean, you might find that readers of the Mail Online would be in favour of barring anyone who isn't themselves from doing anything. Kill them all! Vaccine passports are already recommended by the government across a range of events. Ministers saying they are determined to coax and cajole young people to get their doses amid concerns about the lower take-up. A poll suggests that 36% said they strongly supported the requirement for a passport at nightclubs. 26% they supported it. So that's 36 strongly, 26 just supporting. That's 62% said no jabs, no go. 62%. But I bet the people who answered that poll aren't not one single one of them are remotely interested in going to nightclubs. It'd be the older people that said that. Are you dancing? No. 21% were opposed to vaccine passports to get into clubs. 62% said they wanted them. 58% said they wanted them for pubs and restaurants. 51% for non-essential shops. 54% endorsed the idea for vaccine passports to get on public transport. Wow. They questioned 1,500 people. And then they wrote it up in the Mail Online. But a peek at the comment section of Mail Online, who instituted this poll, suggests that it doesn't actually chime with their own readers. When I looked, the best-rated comments were all against the idea for various reasons, including, but not limited to, it's a plot to control the masses, it's the thin end of the wedge, and the start of a fascist takeover. Nothing serious. Meanwhile, the 50 Tory MPs signalled that they could revolt against the government's vaccine passport plan if it comes to a vote in September. So maybe we will, and maybe we won't. So there's that poll. And I got another one as well. This is the one that I've been sort of getting through gradually. And I'm at the point now where we find out the demographics of who it is that has visited this problem on us. And by problem, I mean this bloke.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It's grandma and granddad that are the problem kids. Actually, it's just granddad. Because men are almost twice as likely to vote Conservative as Labour. I find that surprising. Men are twice as likely to vote Labour as women. No, wait. Twice as likely to vote Tory as to vote Labour. And women are 50-50. But if you look at age, then it really does become clear. Because the 18 to 24s favour Labour over the Tories by 51 to 27. The 25 to 49s favour Labour over the Tories by 37 to 29. It's when you get to retirement age that it goes to Tories. Those over 50 are twice as likely to vote Conservative than Labour. 23% would vote Labour, 52% Tory. And the older you get, the more entrenched they become. So it's the same demographic. economically inactive retired people have given us both Brexit and this Conservative administration. And the reason is young people don't vote. I mean, it's interesting if you look at the areas as well. I mean, London is solid Labour. 48% to 29%, Labour to Conservative in London. I mean, the rest of the South is reversed. You know, stockbroker belt, all that, pretty Conservative. Wales and the Midlands are Tory by 47 to 30, and the North, despite what you've heard about the Red Wall and all, they are still pro-Labour, the North of England. And here's why you keep losing out, kids. It's because the old vote, and you don't. They asked if there was a general election tomorrow, how likely is it that you would actually be bothered to do your bit and show up at the polling station? If you're 50 and over, 63% said absolutely. Nothing would stop them. They'd crawl on their hands and knees over broken glass in torrential rain if necessary. 63% of those 50 and older would go and vote. And those 50 and older are way more likely to vote Conservative than Labour. Under 49, it's 45%. 63% of those over 50 will absolutely vote. Only 45% of those under 49 said that they would. And I bet 45% of them wouldn't. They just said that because they thought that that's what, a responsible citizen should say. And you get the arguments from young people, I'm not interested in politics, and it's so boring. And they can't tell the difference between the parties, and it's also unfair. I'd say two things. First,
stop whining.
And second, to misquote the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want, but if you vote sometime, you might get what you need.
Rock and roll!
But there is a ray of hope for the Labour Party, which they will no doubt fashion some way of extinguishing in the circular shooting party way that the left seem to have a habit of doing. When asked, who do you think would make the best Prime Minister? Don't know was the winner by a country mile. They said, Bodge is somehow on 30%, and Keir Starmer, much to my surprise, has stormed up to 28%. So you can barely stick a Rizzler paper between them. Who do you think would make the best Prime Minister? 30% said Boris Johnson, 28% said Keir Starmer, and 39% said, I don't know. I don't know is by far the most popular option. And the young are the most unsure. The oldies made their mind up on the spot a good long while ago and will not be budged. No umming for them. And that's a YouGov poll. There was another poll carried out by Ipsos Mori which found that 65% said the government is doing a bad job on improving the NHS. 57% said that it's doing a bad job with education. I wonder why that is. Oh, yeah. 58% that said that the government was doing a bad job on dealing with crime. 57% said that Britain's exit from the European Union was going badly. 56% said that the government was handling race relations poorly. So by every measure that's important to people, they think that the government is doing really badly. But they support them anyway.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
I don't understand it anymore. Let's have a call in Yorkshire. Mike.
Wow, that was quick. Hi, Nick.
You are in the VIP lane.
Yeah, Prince Andrew.
Oh, God. No.
He was reported in the press this week to face 14 million quid damages from the court case in America.
Well, that's what that's the headline. That's what they're saying, yeah.
And it just struck me, I hated it when I was a kid and I got my pocket money stopped. It was terrible. You did some little, like you broke the garage window or something, and your pocket money was stopped. And I thought...
You broke the garage window? I've told you about playing ball by the garage window. I've told you time and time again, get to your room. Yes.
Well, yeah, I know, but if you go for pizzas, I mean, that's hardly killing, is it? No, it just struck me who's going to pay this, because...
We will. We're going to pay it.
It's going to come out with all bloody taxes, isn't it?
Of course it will. I mean, let's wait till the verdict before deciding on the punishment. If it's not Alice in Wonderland. But yes, if there is a fine, we'll pay it. Of course we will.
So, anyway, quick change of direction if I can, Nick. Have you noticed that 75,000 Irish kids between 12 and 15 have signed up for vaccinations?
Have they?
Yeah. The Irish have passed the vaccinations for young kids, and 75,000 of them have signed up to get vaccinated to protect their older relatives.
Well, to protect themselves, perhaps.
Well, and themselves as well, yeah. I'm just thinking, that wouldn't be such a bad idea, and perhaps that should be publicised a bit more over here, that when we've got all our anti-vax people that are going mental, that I'm under 30, I aren't going to die, stuff the rest of you type attitude might change a bit if that was publicised, that all these Irish kids are going to play the communal benefit.
Well, again, you're suggesting that they're doing it altruistically, but perhaps they're doing it in order to save themselves. Perhaps they're concerned about themselves. I mean, I suspect that that's probably true.
Well, it could be, but let's hope our lot think the same when their chance comes.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Anyway, a week on Sunday. Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. Ta-da.
Cheers.
0345 6060 973. Right. God, there's so many texts. I'll try and get through some. And then I want to talk to you about naked people. Simon texts, reference aliens from outer space, bearing in mind almost everyone in the world seems to have a mobile phone that for some reason has a camera on it. How come there's no definitive pictures showing either a spaceship or a creature from another planet? This also relates to ghosts. You can't take a picture of a ghost. Any fool know that. This says, anyone who says their wedding day was the best day of their life has obviously never had 2 Snicker bars fall down at once from a vending machine. Aren't they Snickers bars? What's a Snicker and why is it plural? Phil tweets, and didn't they used to get called topics? That should be a topic. Phil tweets, hi Nick, I used to work in an mail order call centre and were receiving Christmas orders in July after they received their first edition catalogue that we sent out.
Oh, fabulous.
Oh, my God. That's ridiculous. There used to be a shop that just sold Christmas stuff. I think it was it used to be in London Bridge, but I don't think it exists anymore. I think it shut down quite a long time ago. People think it's still there, because I got people messaging me yesterday saying, don't you know, you stupid moron? There's a shop that sells Christmas... can you believe that? Near my birthday as well. They said, there's a shop that just sells Christmas stuff. No, I don't think it's there anymore. Why would anybody want to buy Christmas stuff when it's not Christmas? That's ridiculous. Mike emails, I cut up my credit cards when it dawned on me that when we use a credit card, we are buying money. But we pay about £1.20 for £1. It seems like a dumb move to me, says Mike. Yeah, unless you pay it off in full every month, then you are buying money at a ridiculous interest rate. I mean, the Cosa Nostra would be embarrassed to ask for that kind of interest rate.
Absolutely.
Nigel emails, you were talking about cars running on rotten food last night, and I think that a larder would be best suited to this type of fuel. Get it? Larder. Oh. Yes, I do get it, but I'm trying not to. Pete says if they're really serious about levelling up, they could start by moving Parliament to Hull. Yeah, which does indicate that they're not really serious. Not actually serious, no. Pam says, I think Boris Johnson picked the most unintelligent MPs to be in cabinet in order to make him look competent. It didn't work, though, says Pam.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, not really working, Bodge. Got any other plans? No. You know what? I'm going to be a good boy, and I'm going to try and get through them all. Apart from the ones that I just discarded. Out of hand. Because I didn't think I'd get through them all. I'll get through the ones that are left. My Ank tweets, the fact that Bojo is 24 years older than Carrie always makes my stomach lurch. Okay. Del says, Nick, I'm struggling... Oh, here's another one. I'm struggling with seeing Matt Hancock's saggy torso in Cornwall. What is the remedy for this? Not looking, Del. Eileen tweets, if Fishy Sunak messes with the triple lock on pensions, which the Tories promised in their manifesto not to touch, then the so-called grey vote will leave them in droves. Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it. Not while Bodger is getting Brexit done. Still promising these sunny uplands. Yeah, they'll be here any day now. You watch. George says, that V-guard on the front of a train is to plough through the snow. No, I think it's called a cow catcher. But it doesn't catch a cow. It bounces them off. Ah, poor cows. Trains do have a dedicated snowplow, but I don't think that's what we're talking about. You know, the ones on the trains in the Cowboys and Indians. Are you allowed to say Cowboys and Indians anymore? Probably not. Cowboys and Native Americans. It's probably against the law to say cowboys for some reason or other. I don't. Well, it's male. Some cowboys are girls, and some cowgirls are... Oh, don't even get me started on that. Hundreds of cyclists stripped off and pedalled through the streets of London today as part of an annual campaign for cyclist rights and body freedom, as well as a protest against the global dependency on oil. Did you see this? Oh, boy. There were so many pictures. In the Mail Online, I think they used up all of the internet with the amount of pictures they had. And somebody was there with their pixelation machine. Couldn't see anything. So hundreds of riders stripped off and pedalled through the streets of London today as part of an annual campaign for cyclist rights, body freedom, and protesting against the global dependency on oil. That's a lot of things that they're riding for. Are they sure that they don't just like riding around in the naughty, naked nude, as Ian Dury once said?
Rock and roll!
They wore body paint and trainers and nothing else. Scores of activists took to their saddles to take part in the World Naked Bike Ride. And I certainly hope they were their bikes. Because if any of them were on a rental bike, well, there's a cycle you'd want steam cleaned before you pick it up. I mean, they should spray it down with Dettol. Or maybe set fire to it would be a good idea. The yearly event, which first took place in 2004, apparently, but was cancelled last year due to, the invisible menace, is supposed to raise awareness of the danger of cycling and the car culture in the British capital, because this is where it was held today in London. And I think that it occurs to me that riding around in a big group of naked people isn't really a great step forward in road safety. I mean, drivers are quite likely to not have their eyes glued to the street ahead. They're lucky buttocks didn't go bouncing off bonnets. And they set off from here, there and everywhere, baby. I mean, if you didn't spot one today, then you were unlucky, because they set off from Clapham, Croydon, Deptford, Hyde Park, Kew Bridge, Regent's Park, Tower Hill and Victoria Park. Well, some of those places are miles away from the eventual destination, which was the centre of town. So I would guess that some people were more or less on their own, because there wasn't that many cyclists, even when they got all together in Hyde Park at about 5 hours after they all set off. So that's some pretty brave people there. The course was supposed to allow the environmental campaign to deliver its messages over 53 miles of London streets, crossing 14 Thames bridges on the way. But I mostly think that the message that they delivered was, look, those people have got no clothes on.
Disgusting.